pull my stuff. I'll pull my
I have this.
yeah, I have my agenda.
Get a legal problem?
Yeah. I don't have my full agenda.
Here we go.
We're good? Okay. Okay, good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting to order. If you would please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Falls, would you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Roberts,
Here.
Mrs. Steffenthaler,
Present.
Mr. Anderson,
Here.
Mr. Dieterlizzi,
Here.
Mrs. Powers,
Here.
Superintendent Gaylord.
Here.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move
So
approval.
moved. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 2.01, presentation of the tentative millage and budget for 2021. Mr. Morrison.
Thank you very much, and good evening, board members, staff, community, those in attendance in person, and also those who are attending over the internet. Just a quick housekeeping note before we get started. On page 7 of the presentation, we have a little typo, which missed our cross-check. At the very bottom of the page, where it says total millage percentage increase, the word after should say over, not under. So we will get that corrected and updated on the website as well before we'll reflect that as a change to the presentation. That was just something that we missed in our cross-checks. One thing I also want to say is that these numbers will change. This is just a tentative budget for today's proceedings. All the attachments on the website are the memorandum to the superintendent board with the actual proposed and the rollback millage rates. The DR 420S document from the Florida Department of Revenue, Resolutions 2020-01 adopting the tentative millage rates, as well as Resolution 2020-02 adopting the tentative budget. So the truth in millage trim legislation was enacted in 1980, and the requirements are detailed in Florida Statute 200.065. The statute is very restrictive, and it dictates the form, size, and placement of the budget advertisements, as well as the order of business during the budget hearings. The trim requires 2 public meetings, which today is the first of those 2 public meetings, and they must be open for discussion of the millage rates and the proposed budgets of all taxing authorities. The trim process invites the taxpayers and public to participate in the local trim process used to levy the ad valorem or property taxes. And again, this is today's meeting is the first of those 2 meetings. The next slide, probably need to make it a little bit bigger next time. On September 8th, we will be having the second of those 2 meetings in this very room at 5:05 p.m. In accordance with the requirements of TRIM, we placed the required legal advertisements in the Stewart News on Saturday, July 25th. And if Mrs. Falls would be so kind, if you could just pass these up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm actually passing around the actual advertisement that was displayed in the Stewart News this past Saturday. Of course, we got your approval to do so last Tuesday. Following the public input and the board discussion, the millage rates are to be tentatively adopted first, and then followed by the adoption of the budget. Once tentatively adopted, and the millage rates are certified to Martin County, and the property tax bills will be generated from such. So for the benefit of the public and the board, what is the property tax millage rate? A mill is a measurement used to calculate property tax millage rate. 1 mill equals $1 of every 1,000 of taxable property value. And we'll do a sample calculation followed further in the presentation. You'll hear us talk about the rollback rate, which is a very important measurement. It is the millage rate that would raise the same amount of money, same amount of revenue, as last year if you applied that to the current tax roll. Florida Statute 200.065 states that when the proposed millage rate is more than the rollback rate, the legal advertisement will include a notice of proposed tax increase, which is what we had to advertise this past Saturday because the proposed millage rate is in fact higher than the rollback rate. On the slide, you can see that the 2019-20 actual millage rate was 6.648 mils, which is divided into essentially the state law millage levy, which consists of the required local effort and the prior period funding adjustment, and the local board millage, which includes the discretionary operating, additional voted millage, and capital outlay, for a total of 6.648 mils. The proposed millage rate for 2020-21 is 6.4470 mils, which is actually lower than last year's millage rate, but actually higher than the rollback rate. The rollback rate is 6.4230 mils. So the state law portion of your millage rate is actually 1.83% under the rollback rate. However, when you look at the local board millage levy, it is actually 2.748 mils as opposed to the rollback rate of 2.655, which is, with the proposed millage is higher. So overall, your millage at 6.4470 versus the rollback rate of 6.4230, which means we had to advertise a notice of property tax increase, or 0.37% over the rollback rate. As I mentioned, the state law millage levy, the Florida Department of Education certifies the required local effort and the prior period funding adjustment millage rates that comprise of the state law millage levy. The school board does not calculate this millage. This is set by the legislature and the Florida Department of Education. And it is required that the board must impose this millage levy to participate in the Florida Education Finance Program. If the district were to fail to levy this millage, then the FEFP funds that would be at risk would total over $47 million for fiscal year 2021. So we ask you kindly that you consider approving our request this evening. The next slide is what we refer to as the building blocks of the FEFP. And it all starts with the number of FTE students that we have in our projected count, times the program wage, which gives you your weighted FTE. And then you can see the formula that provides us our base funding, and then the add-ons, such as supplemental reading, safe schools, ESE guaranteed for special education, etc. I would like to just cast your eyes on the third row, where we have the teacher salary increase allocation, which is a new allocation this year, which is $500 million in the statewide budget, and the lion's share of that was funded from the deletion of the Florida Best and Brightest allocation. Now, if you'll notice, you'll see on the bottom where I say Martin's net state funding share is $45 million. But on the slide before you, I just told you that we had $47 million at stake. The difference is those two boxes on the bottom left-hand corner, which are adjustments for McKay scholarships as well as the adjustments for the family empowerment scholarships, which net out to that $45 million after deductions. The state law millage levy, as I mentioned, is comprised of your required local effort and your prior period funding adjustment millage for 3.699 mils. The state law millage for last year was 3.9 mils. So the proposed millage for the state law portion is a decrease of 0.201 mils. The local portion of the board millage is comprised of the discretionary operating 0.748 mils, additional voted millage of 0.5, and I would just like to break for a moment to thank the community for their support in passing the 0.5 millage referendum, which has assisted us greatly in our operations, and our capital outlay, which is 1.5, which is legislatively set up to a maximum of 1.5 mils, for a total of 2.748 mils. The local board millage for last year, 2019-20, was the same at 2.748 mils, therefore no change over the current year. On the next slide, we attempt to show the impact in a scenario one, which assumes there's no increase in a taxable assessed valuation on a $200,000 home. By the pure math that the millage rate is going down over last year, you'd expect, in this situation, a taxpayer would have paid $1,163.40 last year. This year would pay $1,128.23, or a decrease of $35.18, or 3.02%. The millage to millage is going down. This is the scenario of all things being equal. However, in scenario two, when we look at the school tax roll value and taxable assessed valuation last year versus taxable assessed valuation for schools for this year, we're reflecting a 4.52% increase on the average. With a home, which is on a $200,000 home, which is capped at the 3% for your Save Your Homes constitutional amendment, we expect that, again, that last year the taxpayer would have paid $1,163.40, and this year, 2021, or $1,166.91, or a marginal, in this scenario at least, increase of $3.51, or 0.30%. Again, this depends upon your taxable situation. Everyone is different and depends upon your valuations. Moving on to the budget for 2021, the general fund currently stands at $219.2 million, special revenue at $20.59, debt service 9.47, and capital projects at $133.08 million, all in for a total budget of $382.34 million. General operating fund includes the salaries and benefits for all district employees, for textbooks, supplies, materials, transportation, and general site operational costs, including utilities. It also includes, as I mentioned before, the $3 million new allocation by the state for teacher salary increases. The millage, the budget includes transfers from local capital improvement millage for capital acquisitions and maintenance costs, class size reduction, pre-kindergarten VPK, dual enrollment, adult education, and expenses anticipated for that adjustment for the McKay Scholarship adjustment, and also the family scholarship, empowerment scholarship. The district, we also have held the voter approved millage referendum year 3. We've kind of held it in fund balance pending a conversation with the board on how to proceed to allocate that. Once again, just using this opportunity to thank the public once again for passing the millage referendum. The special revenue budget is set at $20.59 million, which includes the food and nutrition program, IDEA special education, which is about $4 million, Title I, which is about $2.6 million, and IDEA preschool, which is about almost $115,000. It also includes the Head Start program, which unfortunately has had their budget reduced by the federal government. debt service fund is set at $9.47 million, and it pays the principal and interest payments on the certificates of participation, commonly referred to as COPS, issued for the Anderson Middle School and the State Board of Education state school bonds. It also includes an estimate of debt service for an anticipated borrowing for the replacement of Jensen Beach Elementary and Palm City Elementary schools. This is just a placeholder in the budget because we are going to look at our cash flows that come in through the millage to determine the size of the COP. Ultimately, we'll have to make that decision. The goal is, in speaking with the facilities team, the goal is to break ground somewhere in February or March of 2021. So we put that placeholder in there, and we have to look at our cash flows to see the size of the COP appropriately. Right now, it's about $54.8 million, which is down actually from 56.8, because we were able to purchase some land and surrounding buildings at Palm City Elementary to reduce that cost. The capital outlay budget is $133.08 million, includes current year and multi-year carryover projects for construction and remodeling, and transfers to the general fund for maintenance, renovations, and repairs, purchases of vehicles which have been advertised as per the specifications of law, equipment and enterprise software, leasing of portable classrooms, and the payment of premiums for property casualty insurance necessary to insure our educational plant facilities. Again, I would refer you to the notice of tax for school capital outlay for those details. So the total proposed budget is $382.34 million. Madam Chair, at this time.
Yes, Mr. DiTerlizzi?
I have a question for Mr. Morrison.
Okay.
Mr. Morrison, thanks for your presentation. I've been doing trim meetings for about 20 years now, and they've been using the same $200,000 value for 20 years. I don't know that that's representative of Martin County. Can we find out what the average, is that something required by law that we use the 200,000, or can we find out what the average home value is in Martin County and change that number to a more realistic number if the 200K is not realistic?
Absolutely, we can do that. We can find out the average and update our presentation for the final budget when we present that information on September the 8th.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Mrs. Roberts. So I'm referring to page 17 on your presentation. And I just want to clarify two things on page 17. So the first part talks about the debt service budget being 9.47, and you're talking about anticipated borrowing for the replacement of the two elementary schools. And I just want to clarify again for anybody who's watching from the community that the millage money, the money that's being raised, no, the sales tax money that's being raised from the sales tax is what is actually paying for the replacement of those schools, that the anticipated borrowing is to be able to get it done quicker and to be able, but that's how it will be paid back.
Yes.
Is from that source of income,
Yes,
correct?
we will be bonding that revenue stream, yes.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, because we wouldn't receive all the monies when we were at the time of building, so that's why you bring in the comps.
Correct, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Marcia, I have another. Oh, go ahead. Let someone else go first.
Mr. Morrison was just going to make a comment. Go ahead.
Actually, I was going to ask, it would be appropriate at this time to sound the halls for any public input on the budget or the tentative millage rates.
Mr. DiTerlizzi, did you have a question?
Just one more question. On the two new schools, have we nailed down a number on those schools yet?
The estimated amounts, and again, these are just estimates, and they will change. For Palm City Elementary, we have in the budget at $25.6 million, and Jensen Beach Elementary, $28.2 million, and the cost of issuance for the bond is estimated right around $1 million. Again, these numbers will be subject to market conditions and when we go to market eventually, and the size.
Can you also take a look at our existing debt? I know about 6 years ago, we refinanced it to a fairly low number, but I don't know what the current interest rates are for government loans, so we may be able to gain additional benefit by
So Mike, I want to interrupt you just so that you remember something.
Yeah.
Remember, this is Mrs. Roberts again. Remember that that was a discussion that we had based on the Auditor General's inspection and the language that we have in place. And so that's something that if we start monkeying with that, that puts us back in a position where we may be in a position where we can't use capital funds in order to be able to pay that debt service. Right now, it was in the original resolution. It was in the updated resolution when we got the,
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, Mrs. Roberts. I'm not saying that we borrow the money, that we do that. We're going to use the sales tax money to pay back the debt service, but if we were to refinance the Anderson Middle School debt, we may find additional savings for our budget, not two separate subjects.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. DiTerlizzi, if you remember, that part of the Auditor General's report that had to do with how you repay financing debt service on schools, we have managed to allow capital funds to continue to pay debt service on Anderson Middle because of the language that we adopted in the original resolution and in the subsequent resolution when we refinanced. And that if we now refinance, at the time when this whole thing was discussed, if we refinance Anderson Middle School, it puts us in a position where that payment, the repayment of the debt service, could potentially no longer come from our capital funds and would then be pushed to the operational side.
Okay, yeah, thanks
So-
for reminding me of that.
Remember that? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you for reminding me. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, so I'm just going to read this really quick. The purpose of today's meeting is to hold a public hearing to consider the adoption of the 2021 tentative millage rates and tentative budget. I would like to take this opportunity to remind members of the public of our district mission, educate all students for success. Today's agenda includes the rollback rates, proposed millage rate, proposed tentative budget, superintendent's recommendations, open to the public, and approval of superintendent's recommendations. And we've already adopted the agenda. So now I'll turn the meeting over to Ms. Gaylord to present the 2021 tentative millage rates and tentative budget, which we just did.
Okay. So again, I want to thank Mr. Morrison and welcome to the team. His first presentation here for TRIM today. And he's right, if we don't levy what the state tells us to, then we risk losing that funding. So this is a formality for us to be able to receive educational funding for the Martin County School District. So this is the public hearing, and I think that Diane, you did check the hall to see if there's anyone out there. And so.
So now we'll recess the special school board meeting and open the public hearing to consider the adoption of the tentative proposed millage rates and the tentative budget for 2021. Ms. Gaylord?
So recommendation number 1 is recommend that the Martin County School Board adopt Resolution 2020-01, tentative millage rates, including the acceptance of the 2020 DRI 420S certification of taxable value. Do you want me to take these one at a time, or you want them all at once? What's your preference?
Pleasure of the board. Would you like to make a motion on recommendation
One
one?
at a time? All right, so this is recommendation number 1.
Do I have a motion to approve recommendation number 1?
Could I
So moved.
interject something here for a minute?
Sure.
Second.
And this is just a thought, and it's my thought, that could be dangerous, I don't know. I'm just looking at some things here, and I have a thought, and I want to see how you feel about it, about going ahead and accepting this. However, with the exception of removing the funding, I would say, for the labor and employment position and going with an outside counsel the next time around.
Okay, so I do want to have that conversation, so let's get through this and adopt the budget, and then we will get to, we'll probably take that up at open to the board, because it'll need to come back to our next, and we could probably do something with consensus on that, but we'll have to talk about that with our attorney when we get to that
Okay.
point. Is that, if
Yeah,
that's
that's
okay?
fine, okay. all right.
Okay, so I have a motion by, was it Ms. Steffenthaler or Mr. Dieterlisi? I'm sorry.
So you want me to
Ms.
read all the
Dieterlisi, and I
recommendations and
seconded
then
it.
take them one at
Okay.
a time?
Yeah, so we have a motion to approve recommendation number 1 by Mr. Dieterlisi and a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Recommendation number 2.
Madam Chair?
Oh, true. Yeah, so we already checked the hall for anyone from the public who would like to address the board about the budget itself, and then if, we'll have open to the public for other issues after this.
So we'll do the recommendations, and then we'll ask if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak about this, and then the board will vote on them one at a time.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So I'll read all of the recommendations, and then the board will take them one at a time. So recommendation number 2, recommend that the Martin County School Board adopt the tentative budget and related resolution 2020-02, adopting the tentative budget for the 2020-21 school year. Recommendation number 3, recommend that the Martin County School Board authorize the superintendent and staff to perform all tasks to ensure compliance with Chapter 200 and 1011 Florida statute. Recommendation number 4, recommend that the Martin County School Board schedule a public hearing on the final 2020-2021 millage levies and final budget for the 2020-2021 school year for Tuesday, September 8th, 2020, at a special board meeting which begins at 5:05 p.m. at the Martin County School District Instructional Center Board Meeting Room. These are my recommendations for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gaylord, and I know Mr.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
Ask for anybody to address.
I motion that we adopt Resolution 20-02 tentative budget for the 2021 school year.
I second that.
2020-21, right.
okay. And I have a motion by Mr. Dieterlisi and a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Was that?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of authorize the superintendent and staff to perform all tasks to ensure compliance with Chapter 200 and Chapter 1011 of Florida statutes.
Which motion is this?
So we're looking for the
Recommendation number
recommendation. Yeah, he's on number
Recommend-
3. We need number 2.
I think you just approved number 2. Because we had already voted on 1. So now we have recommendation number 3. So I have a motion by Mr. Dieterlisi. Do I have a second?
Second it.
A second by
I-
Mr. Anderson.
Point of order. I believe that, that before we made the first vote for recommendation number 1, we needed to have the public hearing piece after the superintendent presented her recommendations. So I think that was where we got out of,
Well, she had presented recommendation number 1, and then we voted on it.
right.
But, I mean, is it an issue, Mr. George, or should we go back?
Let's just
I-
do point of order.
Yeah, I would, since it's being broken into 4 components, open each component to the public.
Okay. So we'll go back to, so we have a motion and a second for recommendation number 3. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to recommendation number 3? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, can we go back to recommendation number 1? Do I have a motion?
So moved. Recommendation, school board adopt resolution 20-01, tentative millage rates, including the acceptance of the 2020 DR 420S certification of taxable value.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The trim law is very prescriptive in nature that you have to adopt the tentative millage rates first. That has to be your first vote. Then the second one has to be your budget. Then third, and then fourth. So we just have to make sure that we follow that order.
So that's-
Okay, maybe they should put them in order next time.
And
Well,
Madam,
they're all labeled right.
Should we?
Madam
should we
Chair?
Let's go back to the
withdraw
beginning.
Yes.
Yes.
and I think part of the confusion is the tab, if you're looking at it on a computer. At the top says resolution number 10-02, but the document is resolution 2020-01. So I think Mr. Dieterlisi is going with the clear and easiest number to see. So my suggestion for the board is to have a motion and a second to withdraw the votes that have occurred, and then start with number 1, which is millage, proceed to number 2, which is budget.
So do I have a motion to withdraw the votes?
So moved.
So moved.
So I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Mr. Dieterlisi. I take that as a second, Mr. Dieterlisi. Are you okay with that?
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, recommendation number 1.
That would be the recommendation that the Martin County School Board adopt resolution 20-01, tentative millage rates, including the acceptance of the 2020 DR 420S certification of taxable value.
Okay, yes, and hold on, Mr. Dieterlisi, because this is all out of order, sorry. At this time, the public will be invited to speak on these matters. The time allowed to comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Is there anyone that would like to address the board? Again. Seeing none, I now close this public hearing and reconvene the special school board meeting of July 28th. The board will now consider each of the superintendent's recommendations individually, allowing the board the opportunity to vote on each recommendation. Recommendation 1, recommend that the Martin County School Board adopt Resolution 2020-01 tentative millage rates, including the acceptance of the 2020 DR 420S certification of taxable value. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam
moved.
Chair, you have a motion from Mr. Anderson on that, the second by Mr. Dieterlisi.
But we were still in the other meeting. We had not adjourned
You
and
all
gone
can-
into the regular
I
meeting.
understand. And just have them reaffirm their motions.
Do you reaffirm your motion?
So moved.
Okay. Mr. Dieterlisi, you good with that? Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Please say yes.
I didn't hear Mr. Dieterlisi say
Mr.
anything.
Dieterlisi, are you good with that?
I didn't hear what he said.
You were just reaffirming your second on the recommendation 1.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Recommendation number 2, recommended the Martin County School Board adopt the tentative budget and related resolution 2020-02, adopting the tentative budget for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a motion to approve recommendation number 2?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Steffenthaler, a second by Mr. Dieterlisi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Recommendation number 3, recommend that the Martin County School Board authorize the superintendent and staff to perform all tasks to ensure compliance with Chapter 200 and 1011 Florida statutes. Is there a motion to approve recommendation number 3?
This is Mrs. Roberts. I move approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Roberts, a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Recommendation number 4, recommend that the Martin County School Board schedule a public hearing on the final 2020-2021 millage levies and budget for the 2020-2021 school year for Thursday, September 8th, 2020, at a special board meeting which begins at 5:05 PM at the Martin County School District Instructional Center Boardroom.
Tuesday, September 28th, September 8th,
Did I say,
Thursday.
I'm sorry, Tuesday, it's right on here. Tuesday, September 8th, I apologize. Do I have a motion to approve recommendation number 4?
This is Mrs. Roberts. Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts, a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Sorry about all that confusion.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, my page is out of order right here.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Okay, so I have items of, I'm going to kind of take this out of order because we should probably have open to the public before we vote on anything else besides the agenda. So are you guys okay? We do open to the public now? Okay. Citizen input is vital to the improvement of our district. Most times, your remarks may be listened to without comment from the board members or superintendent. This does not mean they are heard with any less intensity or concern. Where appropriate, the superintendent and staff will investigate your comments and report back to you and the board with an answer. We thank you for taking the time and having the concern to make our district better. Your presentation to the board should not exceed 3 minutes. Our first member of the public is Catherine Rogers.
Whoops.
Good afternoon, Madam Superintendent and board members. 3,461 positive community members, 303 hospitalizations, 68 deaths in Martin County as of 11 o'clock today. You might say that is not that many deaths on a larger scale, but who deserves to die or get sick? If we go back to brick and mortar school, those numbers will increase. The CDC states lowest risk, virtual only activities, events, and gatherings, making virtual school safe, smart, and low risk. Highest risk, large in-person gatherings where it is difficult for individuals to remain spaced at least 6 feet apart. At Anderson Middle School, we have approximately 1,100 students last year. That makes AMS a large gathering. We need 14 days of declining cases to move to the next phase. I haven't seen that in Martin County or Florida, and we are in phase 2. I have some questions after reading the CDC guidelines. Is the school in a community no longer requiring significant mitigation? Reopening be in compliance with state and local orders? Will the school be ready to protect children and staff at higher risk for severe illness? Will you be testing all of us to prevent community spread? How and where will the schools be sanitized in between classes? How will you socially distance students? How will the students change classes? Are you going to rezone the schools to lower school populations? How will you follow all of the guidelines set by the CDC? Will you provide face shields for students, staff, and teachers? What will you do to ensure that everyone wears a mask and follows the safety precautions? Have you called substitute teachers to see if they will come back? Elected officials are keeping their kids home, but we go back. The president's kid is not going back to school. Rick Scott's grandchildren aren't going back. Government buildings such as the White House and governor's mansions aren't open, but schools open and teachers and students go risk their lives. Why do we have to be the guinea pig? Whose life is worth risking? Students and teachers should not go back to school with safety precautions that do not guarantee our lives. We would be wearing masks, shields, and PPE, but there are still variables like eating, drinking, and using the bathroom. Many things can happen in that period, no precautions are taken. This disease is airborne. I have a 30-minute lunch with 10 people at my table. There are studies that show COVID will travel in the air conditioning units. I am at school for 7 to 9 hours. Will you have someone cleaning the bathrooms every 30 minutes? Or is your plan to tell the kids not to use the bathroom? If kids struggle wearing IDs and following the dress code, how will you ensure that they will follow safety requirements? How will you enforce these precautions on kindergartners when older students can't even follow our simpler concepts? We need to lead with data. I watched the last meeting and Dr. Jordan clearly illustrated how dangerous opening schools would be. I know you have tried your best. Take a stand against our governor. We are in a community with a lot to spread. It is not safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine. Amanda Wind.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here today as a proud product of Martin County School District, and I'm now a teacher in this county as well. You have heard the data on how it's not safe to open our schools, and you've listened to the science. So today I'm here to hopefully compel your heart. Marcia Powers and Dr. Featherstone, you have children who graduated high school with me. Do you feel safe and comfortable sending your your children into the work environment that you're sending me into? Do you want your child to go into a school where their teachers are afraid for their lives of themselves and their children? I counted at least 24 people in this room, and I'll tell you that no elementary school has a classroom this big to spread students out in. It is not safe for our students to be in these schools, and it is a lot to ask of the adults who care for them. Have you considered how many teachers that you will lose in this district if you don't value the educators that you have here? I look at the character counts on this wall. I've learned this since I was in elementary school here. I teach it as an elementary school teacher. I want you all to reflect and think about, are you following the character counts? Are you being trustworthy? Are you being responsible? Are you respecting the lives of the people in this community? I'm proud to be a resident of this community and the diverse population of students that we serve. I think it's imperative that you listen to the people who are here to advocate for those students, who will be in close contact with those students, who come home to family members who are at risk. As a teacher, I'm data-driven. I'm wondering why the school board is not doing the same. It's difficult to listen to an employer who doesn't value my life and the life of the kids who I serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, and now I will read the emails that we received.
You've got another one out there.
Oh, do you do? So I'll read this one if we have one more. Dear Madam Superintendent and board members, I strongly believe that we should start the school year virtual because families that have grandparents with underlying health issues could be at risk of seeing their grandchildren. My parents are considered essential workers, and if I go back to school, I could be putting everyone at risk of getting COVID-19. To my grandparents, I have to be careful and use precautions to see them. There are many reasons that we shouldn't go back to school, and this is one of them. Charlotte Nebbeling. Did we have someone else here?
Here it is.
Okay. Looks like Mr. Bird.
Hello, how are you all doing today? This is real short, just kind of listening to some people speak and everything, and I think everybody has their own rights for their bodies and the rights to what you want to do. If you choose not to want to work, don't work. I mean, you don't get paid for the time if you don't work. I own a business. If you don't work for me, you don't work. I'm kind of, this mask thing, everything else I've seen as Americans, I'm sort of surprised to see such convoluting and data and things like that, nature of that. My background is in mechanical engineering. I understand what these masks do and don't do. They don't really do anything. I had to do with the HIPAA regulation, HEPA for filtering things of that nature in the engineering for semiconductor industry. And see the fear of Americans, fearing each other, staying 6 feet apart, not talking to each other, worried about kids getting sick. We do know by the CDC and other measurements that children are least affected from this disease, or not just from this virus. And just to see that how we are in the hatred due to a mask and being dictated to with not really accurate science. We're getting told 3 different ways. And it's falling on party lines, on if we're liberal or conservative. Not even really liberal conservative. I know a lot of liberal people who are not all for this. It's more of on Democrat or Republican. I just hate to see children grow up and being fearful in their lives over a virus that really, we have the same number of deaths, or close to the flu. We have $38,000 accidents by cars. We don't see cars driving around 25 miles per hour on the street. We have cars do 200 miles per hour. I'm in the accident injury business too. I understand what's going on. We're living in a state of fear. And do we want this to be our normal? That our children would be afraid to be around other children? We have other kids. I have 2 children. I'm not afraid of them going to school. I don't teach them to have fear. Again, as Americans, we fought wars side by side. I just see racial tension. I see, and everything from masks and fears and things like that. If we don't stop dropping this fear of each other and being dictated by governments and not have our personal freedoms and have them taken away from us, then there's really no way we can go on. So I really hope that we all think about this, about the schools, about children staying home, children not learning, children not communicating with each other. I know a lot of people with depression and things of that nature, and jobs lost and how the community is going to be affected that way. And also, we're not even thinking about that. You know, you're going to pay the piper eventually with us shutting down our country like this all the time. And this is going to keep, I hate to say it, it's being used as a political football. I hope the best for people. If they want to keep their children, I think you already made a situation where your kids can stay home virtually. And so I think it's for a parent or for a teacher to either send the kid to school or not. Thank you for your ears, and hope the best for everybody here. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, I will continue reading the emails that we received unless there's anybody else here. Okay, perfect, thank you. This is from Evan Pelletier. We should not be opening schools when the coronavirus numbers are still rising. Many students are already getting exposed to the virus even before they are together in classrooms. If you open the schools, then more students' lives will be at risk when there is no rush to get back to school. This is from Gina Coulter. Thank you all for what you are doing. I can't imagine being in your place. I have a question regarding quarantining of students. If a student gets sick in one class, why would a whole class have to be out? If this is protocol, there is going to be a lot of flip-flopping through the year because I can guarantee a kid will be sick in every class. If the students are in masks and only at desks and not moving about the class and social distancing, why quarantine a class? This affects all of those who are athletes as well and really isn't fair to someone who is not sick. A lot of athletes are dependent on competing for their college futures. Every competition and meet is important to them. Just something to consider. I have an athlete who runs track and has a goal to run at a D1 school. He needs every meet he can attend to verify his times. He already was cut short this year. It's not fair that he should have to miss based on illness of someone else. Track athletes have 2 to 3 meets per week. So you're talking about him and others missing 4 to 6 meets to quarantine for 14 days. That is uncalled for. That is a lot to miss out when you count on each meet to reach your future goals. Have you considered how hard these athletes work? Specifically, those with goals to be an athlete in college, and your decision can ruin that for them because they are unrealistic. We don't do this for the flu. Most kids getting this have a very mild symptoms. CDC states very clearly most people have mild symptoms with the virus. So basically, by your decision, athletes have to worry about their futures because of fear-based what-if decisions. In all honesty, the sick person should be the only one to isolate. The students do not live together 24/7. They will spend 7 hours separated at desks with masks on. No reason to have a whole class quarantine. Have you all even thought about what that will look like? Because one student will be sick, no doubt. Did it beep? No, I'm sorry. If you guys, I get reading and I'm,
We have more people that have come for open to the public too when you're done.
okay.
It beeped, Marcia.
Huh? It did? Okay, perfect. So thank you, Gina Coulter. So if they want to bring their forms in, and then I'll go ahead and start reading the next one while the next person is coming in.
4 more.
So Frank, if they could kind of come in and socially distance up the ramp so that they can, that would be helpful. Oh, this is, oh, Gina, I already read hers. So, you can come on up. Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent, Board Chair, members of the board. The MCA team, bargaining team, worked very hard over the past couple of days to try and come to an agreement. I'd like to...
Karen,
Yes,
can you just state your name?
Karen Resiniti, President of Martin County Education Association. I'd like to put forth that we are still attempting to negotiate this contract. It was only brought, the language was only brought to us yesterday, and our team worked till about 8 o'clock last night trying to work through the language, and I thought we were close to an agreement this afternoon. The MCA's biggest problem with this language is where it says this resolves all bargaining demands arising out of or relating to the calendar changes and the modified calendar. All of the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement shall remain in full force and effect, provided that nothing herein shall be construed waive the impact bargaining issues proposals requested by MCA and its memorandum of agreement. There's something in here that's missing. Oh, sorry. The MCA either knew of, should have, or could have known or foreseen. This is very dangerous language. This opens up our members to a very bad situation. I am here to protect my members and to protect this contract. You are here to protect us for safety. And this was our biggest issue. We changed contract language so that teachers, instead of reporting on August 6th and 7th, actually the 7th, to report on April 5th, making the 7th remain as a flex day. And so we were confident that we would be able to reach an agreement with that, and we were denied and told that we could bring it forth again via an email. So it was difficult to do that because we were all scrambling to come to this board meeting to speak, and so we had hoped to be able to sit down and resolve this. I don't understand. I was just told that if teachers didn't work on the 6th, that it would disrupt payroll. I don't understand how it would disrupt payroll. And so we would like to get this resolved. We would like our students to return safely. We need more time. Everybody needs more time. It's not safe. Baseball players aren't playing. I was told that you were requested an executive session several times, and no session was able to be come to until this afternoon. And I just find that hard to believe when we made proposals on July 14th and they were ignored. My team members will follow me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for the board members, this is Tony George. If negotiations do not succeed, then you as a board sit with certain powers to resolve it after the parties have gone through steps required of them. So I'm asking you all not to respond to anything that's being presented. My interpretation of Mrs. Rezenzi's comments are that the parties are still negotiating, whether that's by email or whatever means they are. So please just don't comment if the MCEA members are presenting whatever their opinions of their collective bargaining process has been.
Okay, so we'll get through public comment, and then I want to ask some questions about this process. So let's get through that first. Susan Rayo?
Good evening. My name is Susan Rayo. I'm with MCEA as well. Kind of speaking off the cuff, nothing prepared here because we've been pretty busy since 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, sometime yesterday afternoon. And I think I just want to speak to the fact that this has been very difficult for us as a bargaining team and for us as an organization. Having this put in our lap kind of put a lot of pressure, a lot of people asking me, why aren't you just agreeing, making us look, sound petty? And we're not. We have a job to do. We have to represent our teachers. We have to represent our students in a sense as well, make sure that everybody is safe and everything is being done to the best ability for us to do our job well. It's been concerning, I think, that when there have been opportunities for the district to think out of the box, they've chosen not to. I know that this is a difficult situation, to have the governor kind of just throw this in your lap, and it just keeps rolling downhill. At some point, we need to stop and say, what is the best thing that we can do for everybody involved? And that's what we're trying to do at the table. And we have not been able to get back and look at everything we talked about on July 14th, and it just took us all of today and a good portion of yesterday to address something that was handed to us pretty much at the 11th hour, kind of the way the governor handed you something at the 11th hour. So it's been very stressful, and I just ask that we take the time to think out of the box and make sure that we are doing the best for our teachers, our families, our staff, our students, their safety, and helping us do the best job we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pat Hose? I hope I said that right. Hose.
That's okay, I wrote fast.
Oh, yeah, it looks like two H's, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Holtz.
Pat Holtz, also MCA, and I am too speaking off the cuff. To start off, this summer I participated in the task force as a teacher and an MCA member. I would say I dedicated at least 15 or 20 hours due to that process. And I understand why what was presented when it was after the governor's order. But I also feel like everything I was hearing on those task force meetings and was presented, none of that came in front of you. And you might have heard about it, but not when I listened to the board meetings at home. And then I know as negotiations on July 14th, we met, where last year when we negotiated, we set a date that we would meet for a new MOU by July 15th. We had a press for a July 14th date. And when we got the date on July 14th, we ended the session with, I am going to leave here right now and request an executive session, and we will get back to you real soon. Well, today was the first day we've asked, but today was the first day we've heard that we were unable to get an executive session until today, and he would be meeting with you today to present our case that we presented on July 14th. And to me, that is very concerning. So we are looking to the safety of our children, the safety of our teachers and our staff, and what is best for our families and everyone. And I just feel like there's something going on that just is not adding up to me. So I have some concerns with that I'm here to bring to your attention.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Matt Theobald.
Good evening, Madam Board, Madam Superintendent and board members. I too am speaking off the cuff, although I did want to share with you some notes that were expressed during our last Zoom session with the MCEA bargaining unit. We feel that this decision was pushed to the last minute, that we were forced as a union to make an impossible choice, and we were presented with an unfair proposal that doesn't really address the concerns of teachers. Those concerns we presented to you last week. You put us under the gun, or we were put under the gun, and now teachers are being made out to be the scapegoats. What's worse is that this perceived inability to lead and unwillingness to act has the potential to cost lives. I don't want to pass blame on anybody. We have an opportunity to rectify the situation, to undo what could potentially be done. The proposal that was referenced by Ms. Resiniti addresses our concerns, would resolve any unresolved issues that have yet, that are still ongoing. And by approving the agreement that was presented, we have an opportunity to save lives. So I strongly urge you folks to really consider that proposal, to listen, and give us an opportunity to, A, ultimately get back in the classroom and do what we love to do, but B, protect ourselves and potentially save lives. So thank you for your consideration of that.
Thank you. So I'm trying to start with some more public comment via email. Dear Madam Superintendent and board members, I believe that students and teachers should not go back to school because it is not safe. Teachers could get affected and die from COVID-19, and if a child does not get infected with this virus, and some people forget that these kids have a family at home, and they could be putting their family at risk. Also, how are we going to handle situations about going to the bathroom or keeping kids away from each other? I want to make sure that no more people in Martin County get affected and die from this virus, and not going back to school is the best way to do this. A concerned middle schooler. This is from Brandy Soers. How is the remote virtual learning option for kids going to work? Do the students need to wear their uniforms while at home? Will the students have breaks in between learning so that they don't have to sit and stare at the computer screen all day for full hours of school? What are free time and physical activity, such as recess for kids at home? How will lunch work? Do students doing remote learning have to still go buy school supplies? I would just like to know more about the remote learning option. I was wondering if I could get some more information. And yes, we will pass this on to our public information officer and probably maybe some FAQs that address that, so please look out for that. Next is from Terry Smith. I'm a teacher, I'm not an activist. In fact, until this summer, I had never written a political letter in my life. However, I feel that I cannot be silent in these circumstances. Florida is the new hotspot for COVID. The state's numbers have now surpassed those of New York. We are not on a downward curve. On the contrary, the virus is not even remotely under control at this time. Getting school in person at this time is not only ill-advised, it's reckless. Please don't risk the lives of students, teachers, and staffs of Martin County schools. Schools should open remotely and remain remote until we maintain a downward curve on the new cases for the last 14 days. And this is from Susan Sutton. Dear Superintendent Gaylord and school board members, many of us in Martin County are in high-risk categories and or live in multi-generational homes with high-risk family members. Please do not unnecessarily jeopardize students, educators, their families, and the larger Martin County community by carrying out your plan to reopen schools to face-to-face instruction on August 11th. Currently, Martin County's COVID data is consistently alarming. Over the past 7 days, more than 100 new cases were diagnosed. Across Florida, between July 16th and July 24th, child COVID cases increased a staggering 34%, and child COVID hospitalizations increased 23%. Florida's child COVID deaths increased from 4 to 5 in that time frame. The current school reopening plan makes the spread of the COVID virus inevitable. Instead, Martin County Schools should begin the 2021 academic year with remote learning for at least the first 9 weeks. We should then consider fully opening schools for in-person instruction once the rate of new cases has flattened or decreased for at least 14 consecutive days. This is the only prudent course of action since it allows us to monitor and analyze COVID data, revise plans and preparation, and develop sound options to reopen safely. Please prioritize the lives of everyone you represent and base your opening decision on concern for Martin County's health and well-being. The safety of students, school personnel, and the entire Martin County community is in your hands. I urge the board to proceed cautiously. And this is from Anna Holzhauser. My name is Anna Holzhauser, and I am a parent of an incoming 4th grader. I am writing to express my continued concern over this board's handling of the reopening of Martin County schools. I would expect Martin County School District to be reasonable and to put the well-being of its students and faculty first in its decisions. Yet, regretfully, that is not what I am witnessing for both in-classroom learning and virtual learning. After watching the entirety of the school board meeting last Tuesday, July 21, including the presentation from your risk management department, the Martin County DOH, and Dr. Jordan, I think it is clear that schools are unable to effectively mitigate COVID exposure risk. Dr. Jordan spoke about reopening and the higher than ideal positivity rate for our school and for our children. In fact, even more recently, Martin County was called out in a national news article published by CNN on Monday, July 27th. The positivity rate among children has gone up too, from 13.4% to 14.4% between July 16th and 24th. According to the State Health Department, the test positivity rate was particularly high in Martin County, 25.3%, and Miami-Dade County, 19.6%. At an absolute minimum, as a parent, I would expect the school district to strictly follow the DOH 3Cs guidelines for safer interactions. They are clear and concise. Avoid closed spaces with poor ventilation, avoid crowded places with many people nearby, and avoid close contact settings such as close-range conversations. The reopening plans provided to the public lack actionable items addressing each of the 3Cs. The Martin County School District, in its public communications, has affirmed many times that social distancing cannot be guaranteed. Social distancing is one of the hallmarks of COVID mitigation, especially in the areas where cases are surging. It feels like a simple equation to me. If social distancing cannot be guaranteed, schools then cannot operate under the DOH guidance for safer interactions and therefore cannot safely open. The push for reopening seems to hinge on the need to address students who are most at risk and parents who need to return to work. Both very real community needs. And how does reopening too soon address these needs when parents will be given zero advance notice that students must transition to 2-week virtual learning due to a potential exposure? How will that affect both the students who will inevitably struggle with the start-stop nature of this transition, and the parents who will need to find childcare at the 11th hour? This is from Terry Proto. Enclosed is an article from CNN, a worldwide news media outlet, writing about Martin County in the state of Florida. Do the right thing and stop in-person classes before Martin County in the state of Florida becomes more of a media storm than what it is. You have the power, just do it. And this is from Steve Holzhauser. My name is Steve Holzhauser, and I'm a parent of an incoming, okay, this is the same one as Miss Holzhauer, so I'll pick up where hers ended. Absolutely, I would expect that Martin County School District provide a true virtual learning experience for students. It is clear that live streaming lecture-style video with supplemental worksheets is not virtual learning and is a disservice to both educators and students. A disservice to educators in the expectation to teach only lecture style while attending to both in-person and virtual students. A disservice to students in that there is no evidence-based model that supports lecture-style instruction with worksheets as an effective learning method. I am under no pretenses that developing a plan to operate a school district during this pandemic is easy or straightforward. To that end, I feel that taking more time to develop a plan for a safe and effective reopening that addresses both in-classroom learning and virtual learning is essential. Despite what state or national leaders may have insinuated, we know that operating a school district is nothing like operating a retail store. And that was Steve Holzhauer. Okay, and that does it for,
We have one more.
okay. Sherry Carr.
Hi, good evening, school board. Can I take my mask off at the mic, or?
Whatever, if you're
Okay.
comfortable, we're socially distanced, so
Right.
if you're comfortable.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk to the school board about your meeting last week. Before it all started, you had 3 choices. You made them very quickly, and you were also in agreement with one another. Your choices had to do with your superintendent or superintendent applicants. So you were asked the 3 questions from your recruiter. One was, would you like to go out to dinner and have dinner with the candidates? All of you very quickly said no. So underlyingly, I think you thought about your safety, about the fact of eating dinner with someone who had just traveled from out of the area. I wouldn't want to have dinner with anyone. I haven't been to dinner since March in a restaurant, and that was only due to a birthday. I haven't been out anywhere, and I don't think any of you have. Your second question was, would you like to have a continental breakfast with any of these candidates? All of you unanimously, within moments, said no. You didn't say why. We all know why. Because why would you want to have breakfast with a group of people who have just traveled into the area and have Danish with them and have coffee? You opted for both of those choices to have dinner in their hotel, breakfast in their hotel. That was because of the safety of all of you here in the room. And I hope the safety of your candidates, because what a disaster would that be if you had superintendent candidates coming here to meet all of you, coming into your community, either you exposing them to COVID-19 or they exposing you to COVID-19. Your next choice was, again, unanimously, within moments, you all chose virtual tour of our area. You were asked if they would like to supply a bus to the candidates to tour them for approximately 2 hours to see the Stewart area. You also were asked if you would like to assign a staff member to the candidates to tour them from the area. All of you unanimously said no. Thankfully, you were protecting your staff members from being exposed to COVID-19, as well as your superintendent candidates. But I think it sent a strong message that said, you all chose virtual, every single one of you, for a 2-hour tour. Not a day in the classroom with kids, but a 2-hour tour with a candidate, which you could have chose the opposite. All of you could have had dinner with your candidates. You could have had a continental breakfast with your candidates. Would you have wanted to be in a room with all of your masks off, having breakfast with them? But at the same time, are my 3 minutes up? That seems very quick.
Yeah.
It's up? Anyways,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get back to my agenda. Hold on one second. Okay, we have the consent agenda items 4.01, 02, and 03. Do any members want to pull any of those items for discussion? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi and a second by Ms. Steffenthaler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So Mr. Anderson, did you want, so we're going to do open to the board now. We have a back-to-school update, which we can talk about that, or do you want to go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out. I don't know how you all felt about it, but in light of trying to move forward with all the other things that's going to be taxing
Mr.
on us.
Anderson, repeat what he said, please.
I hadn't said much.
He's moving closer to the mic.
I was just wanting to throw something out to the board about the budget for next year. I want you to take a look, and it's just something I wanted to recommend, or I'll be willing to even make a motion on this, that we go ahead and remove the funding for the labor and employment position and go ahead and seek outside counsel. It's just as simple as that. That's what I wanted to say. I think we could save.
So how does that work?
Is that a motion?
Can't make a motion on this right now.
Well, we probably would not be able to make a motion and vote on something right now because it wasn't on the agenda, but I absolutely think that's something that if there's consensus from the board, we would like, you're okay with that item coming back to the board at a future meeting, at our next regularly scheduled meeting? Is that the appropriate way to handle that, Mr. George? I don't
It can
know.
be done at that, noticed and acted on there.
I would like to make a comment on that, because if you remove the funding for the labor and employment position, but then you're going to go to outside counsel, you're approving funding for a labor position. So I think that you would have to go through a termination hearing before that you could actually do something like that, because in essence, that's what they're trying to do.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to terminate, because if I wanted to do that, I'd have done that the other day. I was saying let it run its course out for this budget year, and then we're talking ahead of time.
That would be for next year. We've just talked about the budget for the 2021 school year. So you're talking about the 21-22 school year?
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
the contracts were renewed at the June meeting, including that contract. So if the board was removing funding for the position that's being discussed, the school board still has the contract that they're going to honor. So the effect would be that as long as the employee is working under the contract, then that position is in place. The contract would go to June 30th unless there was a vacancy before then. And Mr. Anderson did not phrase it this way, so I'm going to place it in there for Mr. Anderson. He can correct me if he's wrong. When he's talking about outside counsel, I would interpret that as being a direction at the point the position was vacant. It doesn't have to be, and that would be for Mr. Anderson to clarify, but I would expect there's a contract, you all are going to honor it, so there wouldn't be probably a need for outside counsel until that position was vacant.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe I didn't say it in the best way, but I'm not trying to, how do you say it? I think I just said that, because if I wanted to, I'd have done that last week. But I wanted to run its cycle and then we go from there.
Ms. Roberts, did you have something?
So this is Mrs. Roberts. So I have two things. So just so I understand correctly, Mr. Anderson, so you're not talking about this current year, you're
No.
talking about next year?
Exactly.
Okay, so then I think there's two things that we should look at. One thing I think we should look at is, I think it would be appropriate if, like, say, in March of next year, I have two pieces. In March of next year, we have a discussion at a workshop that discusses what this looks like for the upcoming year. That puts us in the same timetable as we're building the budget for the following year, for the next year out, which would be 21, 22, and what that would look like. What that would look like from an organizational standpoint as to how much legal work is being done in-house, how much legal work would be going out of house. We would be in a position where we had a new superintendent. The new superintendent would be able to weigh in on that. We would also be looking at it from the same timetable that we're looking at our budget, building a budget for the following year. So I think if we put that down as a placeholder and said that we're going to do that, I think that that's something that
Yes.
that I would be interested in supporting. I mean, because I believe in always discussing all options, and I think that would be the time to do that. The second piece, so in pushing that off, what that does is it puts us in a position where this year's labor negotiations for this current cycle that we're in are handled by our labor attorney, the staff labor attorney. Correct?
Correct.
So I guess my question is, does the board have flexibility on who is the lead person on the labor negotiations?
That is the superintendent's area of responsibility.
Okay. Okay, that's the only question I had for that. Thank you.
And one other thing I want to say while I'm at it. Now, last
Excuse
week,
me, Mr. Anderson.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear what Mr. George said. I didn't hear what Mr. George said, what his response was.
So, Mrs. Deffenthaler, my response to Mrs. Roberts' question on her second part was whether the board has influence on who handles negotiations for the district. And that answer is no, that is the superintendent's responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
yeah, and one other thing I want to back on. So last week, I think I spoke pretty clearly and favorable to our school personnel. That was everybody, from the top of the scale on down. I still stand by that. I believe in supporting you because you need to be loyal to your people, and you need to have that comfort to know that we're on your side. We're a team. But I don't want to leave, there's one thing I want to be clear on. We have a mission here that says we want to close the achievement gap, and we're also dedicated to all students, leaving no students behind. If for whatever reason, I don't care if you're a teacher or an administrator, if you are not really on board with that, because there's some things we all need to be in this together, then I'm not in your corner. And I'm saying that for a reason without digging too deep or magnifying anything. I do think that for some, your idea of closing the achievement gap is getting some of these kids off your campus and putting them wherever. All of these kids are not going to go to college. We need to find a pathway for them to be productive and have a future. And I'm not naive, and I know who you are. You talk about your scores. They ain't your scores. They're the kids' scores when they all kill me. I know what you're saying. Anything that's going to make your scores look bad, well, you know, I'm a teacher, and I've got to take what's given to me. And I know I got some from day one. They're not going to help me. But guess what? I'm going to do my best to give them all I could because I got nothing to lose. So I'm not going to write them off. So the minute you start talking about your scores, you're just worried about yourself. And maybe you should be worried about yourself, but your priority is to give your all to all these kids. Now, the only thing that would probably really get me with some of these kids, if you're a behavior problem, that's a different story. If you're there to disrupt, and you may have a few, their main objective, I don't have much sympathy for them. You need to send them wherever they belong. Because not only are they not doing themselves any good, they're not doing anybody else. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some of these kids that are polite, but they're struggling, and some of you still feel as if, well, you know, they're just a lag on me. You better clear that up, because that's not right. So short of anything like that, I'm in your corner. But other than that, I'll be your worst enemy, because that is not your job. Your job is to give it your all. That's what the teachers have to do. And if there's any teachers out there that feel that way, then maybe you need to go and do something else. Now, I'm just telling you because I'm close to the source and I know more than you think I know. Okay? But I'm here because of, as you say, our mission is to educate all kids. You know, it would be nice if the job was easy. We cannot shun our responsibility just because the job is difficult. If it was difficult, then we wouldn't have to our teachers wouldn't have to be as brilliant as they are. I mean, you just flip the switch and it goes, but that's not it. Everything's not going to be easy, and it's okay if you got to do a little work. But I just wanted to clear that up because I don't want you to think I made a blanket statement, but I'm not totally happy about some things. And you know who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Roberts, did you have anything?
I think I'm good right now, thanks.
Ms. Steffenthaler?
Yes, I just want to say a couple of things. I know that we're working with the two school districts working with the teachers union, but I just want to bring out some numbers that have been on national news this week, and that is that according to Martin County's data, it appears that the positivity rate is decreasing, but it's still high at 14.65%. The other thing is that Martin County was called on national news on Monday, July 27th, and it stated the positivity rate among children has gone up from 13.4% to 14.4% between July 16th and 24th, according to the State Health Department. And the test positivity rate was particularly high in Martin County. This is for children at 25.3%. And if you look at the chart that's available online, you can see that we're the highest in the entire state of Florida. And we have per capita, we have a smaller group of students. Miami-Dade was only 19.6%, and Martin County's 25.3%. And I remember that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children not go to school until the positive test rate is 3 to 5% over its rolling 2-week average. So what I want to say is, I know that we have students that we need to make sure are in school, those that have not accessed online, those that really have had difficulty with their Wi-Fi, those students who really need school because school is their respite. And we protect those students and we want to teach those students. And just like Mr. Anderson said, we want to close the achievement gap. And the longer they're out of school, the harder that's going to be. However, I also want to think about the health and safety of those students because right now we don't know what it's going to be like bringing these students back to school in a county where it's a hot spot. There's no research on that. Again, I will state that it's not the same as other countries because we just can't compare our county to other countries. But I do see a decline in our positivity rate overall in Martin County, and maybe one of the reasons has to do with the mask ordinance. I'm hoping that has something to do with it. But I also want to figure out a way that we can bring maybe back those students who really need to be back in school that we haven't been able to connect with from March on because they had for one reason or another not been able to access our curriculum and what was going on. But I also want to think about the health and safety of our teachers and our students because I know right now there was a young girl, I think in Miami, actually it was in the middle of the state, that just died from COVID. She was young and she had no underlying conditions. So I want to really think about what we need to do. Maybe we need to change course here somehow. I don't know. We need to think out of the box, but we need to protect everyone, but we also need to somehow make sure that we're reaching those students, including ESE students that really need our programs. And maybe that means bringing some students back into the classroom where we can make sure that students are set apart 6 feet and we can follow all the CDC guidelines. But I'm not sure bringing everyone back at this point is the right move until we know for sure that our numbers are going to go down. The trajectory needs to go down. So I just wanted to mention that. I know it's not quite on the agenda tonight. However, it is something that, we need to make sure that we're following, because as I said before, we need to see this data at every meeting in order to make sure that we're making the best educated decision based on data. And the data is not opinion, but data is what we need to go by. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just follow up, I agree with you, Mrs. Deffenthaler, and I didn't mention the closing the achievement gap by means of saying, because I think it's pretty clear where I stand on the safety of the kids. I'm not even talking about that anymore. I made that pretty clear last week. Safety is first, so I don't even think I need to go down that road. But I was just talking overall about the attitudes of people. But what I want to say with regards to going back to school, again, I would rather push the pause button, delay it, push it back, than to have to push the delete button, if you know what I mean, on either some of these teachers or some of these students, because you sent them back too soon and they didn't make it. So I'm definitely of the same mindset as I was before. Okay? Thanks.
And I agree with that, Mr. Anderson. I think virtual school is something we might really need to be looking at until our numbers go down. So we'll have to see what direction we're going in with the school district is going in with the union, but we really need to, be careful on the side of safety. That's the critical thing, and making sure we're watching out for the well-being and safety of everyone. Thank you.
Mr. DiTerlizzi, did you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I guess we didn't have schedule. I thought I saw something for the health department today, but I was reading somewhere that there was some misinformation put in the data system for the state of Florida, and that a lot of the data was overstated. I'd like to know more about that and see if it's true. If it's, when you read news on the internet, because you can't get anywhere else when you're 600 miles away. You rely on that, but I did see something about Florida, and possibly even Martin County's numbers overstated. I'd like to know more from the health department about that, if that's true and what the real numbers are. I'd also like to know what the amount of cases that the state has for Martin County, active cases in Martin County. I briefed the subject with the health department a few weeks ago at our last board meeting, and they said they were going to look into that, but I haven't heard anything back. Because all they report is the total number of cases and then the total amount of daily cases. I'd like to know how many cases are active in Martin County on any given day. And maybe that's another filter that they could put on their chart so we know how many people are active with COVID on any given day.
Mrs. Powers, I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't know you weren't finished.
That's all right. I just said in the age groups, that's all.
Right. Mrs. Powers, may I ask Mr. George a procedural question? Do we have the ability tonight, Mr. George, to make a motion
No,
regarding the plan for school or not?
No. And for the board, both the district and the union, as best I know, are still negotiating. And separate from that, that is not an agendaed item. And I would not think that would qualify as an emergency at this point. So no, that's not something the board could act on tonight.
So that would have to be a special meeting, Mr. George, then?
It would have to be a special meeting or the next regular board meeting, which would be too late. So it would have to be a special meeting.
So, Mr. DiTerlizzi, we do have the health department here, and Carol Ann Vitani, I don't know if you have.
Julie was going to give an update.
Oh, Julie, Sessa is going to go first, and then hopefully you'll all will be here to fill in. Okay, perfect. Come on, Ms. Sessa.
Thank you. I still have one more thing when we're done,
Okay.
if I can remember.
Marcia has comments too.
Okay. Sorry about that. They had it under board member requests, so I didn't realize that was a staff presentation. I didn't mean to skip over you guys. I would have had you go first.
I was going to wink at you, but you know. How do we do this, Garrett? Presentation. All righty. Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, I'm Julie Sessa, the Coordinator of Risk Management and Employee Benefits. Here again to just talk to you a little bit about school opening. We're going to tag team it again. We have a couple of different things to talk with you about this evening. The first thing is we are going to review Martin County's status for COVID-19. The Health Department is here tonight, as well as Student Services. We're going to talk a little bit about our protocols for school health. We also have an update on remote learning and the home enrollment data. And we also have a staffing update from Mr. Bonner and Human Resources. So first of all, this is the chart we normally get in our email. A lot of you see it. The thing that I don't think people realize is that it's very active at the county's website. And the really neat thing is on this, when it pops on the county's website, is that you can look at every one of these dots and it will tell you the number. So this starts with 714 at 50 or 36, and then it's pretty well across the same numbers. It goes from 30 to 40 to 50, but then when you start getting into this last week, it drops and it stays in the 30s. So as it's very interesting for us to look at data past the mask order, like Mrs. Deffenthaler mentioned, that, and Caroline and I were just conferring and pulling this up just to be able to show we're very happy that this is starting to flatline a bit in Martin County. The other thing that we look at is this number right here, this 14.67, that's cumulative. See where it says cumulative report? That's from the beginning of time. That is not our current numbers. Our current numbers are in this one right here. We are in the dark blue. As you can see, we're dropping all the way now below the statewide. Florida's number is here at 12.5, and Martin County is at 11.47 on July 19th. And this is a weekly data point that you can use to look at it. So if you go on Martin County's website, you can look at every day and start looking at how we are trending, and looking at it today, it made us a little bit more comfortable that we are starting to move in the right direction. So I wanted to be able to show you that. This is the link up here. It's actually linked in our presentation, and every day I get that report, but what's really nice is to be able to grab it off the website, and Bureau Chief Crary does this for us. So she was telling me today, you know, you really should go on the website and look at the data points. It really gives you a lot better picture. And so I just thought I'd share that with you and the community today, that Martin County keeps this up daily, and this is very helpful to look at. So cumulative doesn't help us look at what's happening in the next, like the past week or the past 2 weeks, and that's really what we want to start looking at when we're looking at opening school, is where are we trending now. So that's primarily what we're doing with the Health Department and our K-12 pandemic team, which they're a part of, is continuing to monitor our data points. Because like Mrs. Deffenthaler mentioned, we don't want to make an emotional decision. We want to make a factual decision and being able to look at the data that we have that's specific to Martin County. Is everyone good looking at this slide?
Ms. Sessa?
Yes, Mr. DiTerlizzi.
I'm sorry I'm called in on phone tonight, but could you please email me that presentation, that information that you're showing the board, because I don't have the ability to look at it.
Yes, Mrs. Falls will get that emailed to you. And the link is on the slide that looks like this, that's titled Martin County, Mr. DiTerlizzi. It's on the bottom.
Great.
But it's
I
all,
appreciate it.
it's actually on the county's website as well, their COVID
Okay.
page, okay? But we'll make sure you get it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
So this is another slide that we have been showing. It's the cumulative cases, which I just talked about. And then you want to look at the new cases. And I didn't change the title here. This is actually the new cases for today, or yesterday. Today's the 28th. So what we like to look at is those age bands, because we want to look at what is school-age children. Now remember, school-age children are school-age children in Martin County. It may be our student, it could be a Florida virtual student, it could be a CCA student, right? So we're drilling it down into the age groups, and we'll show you a little bit more that we have on zip codes. So we're looking at that age band. Most likely there are students, but it doesn't always mean that they are our Martin County student. So when you look at 5 to 14 years, the new cases are 4%, and 152 at 0 to 4. So I guess what I'm just saying is to look at this as a cumulative. And what I don't remember is this includes 18-year-olds in the, it does, right?
This does not
Include 18. But the data we get from the Department of Health does. Okay, thank you. Now this slide, we're trying to, what we look at, because we know what our school zones are, we know what schools are zoned, and we've overlaid that with the zip codes, and we talked about that in our last meeting. So we kind of looked at, based on zip codes from 712 to 726, and Nick Clifton from Department of Health put this together for us at our request, to look at 0 to 4 is that blue color, elementary is the orange, 5 to 10, middle school 11 to 13 in the gray, in high school 14 to 18. And this is trending like we looked at with the high school age being the ones that maybe aren't paying as much attention to the social distancing and the mask wearing and that type of thing, and they're all been celebrating possibly in their graduations and that type of thing, and it's summer. So we definitely see, based on the zip codes, where our the age distribution is again, and we can't verify these are all our students. It's primarily the case positives in Martin County in those age bands. So we also looked at the school age by zip code, and this lets you know the school age is in the blue and the total is in the orange by zip code, to give you a little bit of an idea of the ratio from the school age versus the total, as well as just the age distribution of case positive for this last week. And we thought it was interesting that elementary and high have a larger bar than our middle school, but it has been trending that way. We think that's just, it's a little anomaly that's difficult to explain, but definitely in our 14 to 18, we are seeing that we have the higher ratio. So these are just a way of drilling down data based on zip code and age range to see where we might have distribution and in zip codes and for each school. Makes sense? We talked about it last time. So Carol Ann is here from the Department of Health, and she would like to go over this slide to talk a little bit about how we're working together as community partners for guidance, resources, and the current data that we're talking about today. So we're lucky to have our team here again tonight. And Carol Ann, do you want to come up?
Can I just,
you can.
Julie, real quickly, you could come up. It's just really quick. Do we have, so I know there has been a lot of comments and we've gotten a lot of emails about what are we doing for safety protocols? Do we have something on our website that we as board members can easily refer teachers, parents, anybody who's concerned about what we're doing and how we're doing it? Kind of something really quick that we can email out would be really helpful. I know I sent someone to you.
I saw that. Yes, ma'am.
If they wanted to reach out to contact you, but
the things that I can tell you that we have done is the presentation from last week. Jen DeShazo has that on the website, and she also emailed it District All. So it went to every school board employee, and there is a specific slide on the risk mitigation, the top 10 factors. But then on each slide, we kind of divided it by operational department as well as the instructional piece to look at what each department was doing. with regard to those categories that the CDC asks us to look at.
Okay.
So unless you have some other thought, Jen, that was mine.
Also, I would say the FAQs on that.
Oh, and we have extensive FAQs and exhaustive by Mrs. Shazo, because she answers them all day long. If she's in a meeting, she's answering parents all day long in the FAQs. Yes, Mrs. Gaylord?
And I think that before you leave, the children number, Dr. Jordan is here, and so it depends on what you're looking at as far as when you identify cases. And so she is here, and I think that she could probably address some of the children numbers that we have, because she's looked at it extensively. So if you don't mind, she will
Absolutely not.
talk
That's
briefly
why she's here.
before, I think, before we leave these slides to go on
Okay.
to the next part.
Which
Okay?
slide would you like to be on, Dr. Jordan?
Well,
I'm not sure if we have that
do you
slide.
have the email I sent you earlier?
Which one?
The one that you copied to her.
I can look. Is she,
You okay?
yeah, I have to
No.
log on.
I can look to see if I have it, if we know when it was sent.
May I share what I was sent, Ms. Gaylord?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cheryl Jordan. I was just texted by a dearest friend who can't stay off the news media, and we just hit NBC News tonight again. They reported that we are 1 in 4 children positive. That is an accurate statement when you look at the pediatric report that's published every Friday, or supposed to be published every Friday by the state. That is the cumulative number. We have dropped down to 25% as a cumulative positive rate. We do lead the state on the cumulative positive rate. But you have to know where to go get your data. You need to know how to look at your data. There's a couple of epidemiologists in the state that are doing some really good jobs at publishing stuff. And I did send it to Ms. Sessa and Ms. Gaylord. Currently, if you're 0 to 4 years old, only 1 in 63 are affected with COVID positive, okay? That's effective as of July 24th, the data that was published and available up to July 24th. If you're 5 to 9 years old, there's only 1 in 71 who are affected in Martin County. If you're 10 to 14 years old, it's 1 in 77. If you're 15 to 19, because this epidemiologist did include 19-year-olds, and I do not disagree, because we do know that we do have 19-year-olds enrolled in our schools for various reasons. 15 to 19, it's 1 in 35. So you can see these numbers as of July 24th do not reflect a 1 in 4 number. But if you look at the state report and don't understand epidemiology, we're going to hit the national news like that.
And that's important to know where you're.
Just so you know, we've got to get, this is my opinion, as a healthcare provider, I don't work for the board, don't work for the county, is we've got to get our pediatric testing up. Because even when you look at these numbers that I just read to you, it's not as good as it could be, and we are worse than a lot of other places, including places south of us. No, it's not this one.
So that's why it's important to know the numbers and what you're looking at, because when they say 1 in 4, and that's what I said, is how could that possibly be true? Because I know a lot of people with kids, and none of them, nobody that I know has a child with COVID. And so it would sense to reason that if it's 1 in 4 and it's that high, that out of all the families that I know, somebody would have COVID. And so it depends on what you're looking at. And so you have to be careful when you listen to reports, because 1 in 4 is a pretty high number.
Pretty darn high. I wish we could pull up this graph. It lets you see our pediatric epidemiologic curve over 7-day averages. Martin County is actually, our trend is down, even compared to the epidemiologic curve of Dade County. And even though when I just read my numbers, I was referencing that our numbers on 1N are worse than other counties, as you look at our curve, we are better than other counties. And there's a lot of things that play a role into this.
So I thought that was important information for you guys to have.
And I'm sorry, I let Ms. Gaylord know about this because I know if I'm getting hit with it, you two are going to get hit by the NBC News comment. Any questions? It's not an attachment.
I do have a question for Dr. Jordan. May I ask her?
Sure.
Yes? Okay. Dr. Jordan, thank you for clarifying that and for giving us that information. So I guess, I know you can't make a recommendation, but in your opinion, I think there maybe are tell me if I'm wrong, district, are there 70% of our families who would like to return to school at this point?
Yes.
Can anyone tell me that, if that's the case?
Yes. We're not in the part of that presentation.
Yeah, we're getting ready to have a presentation on that subject in a minute.
Oh, okay. All right. So then I can wait. I just wanted to know what Dr. Jordan's opinion was regarding the return to school for our students. I'm not sure she can give that recommendation, but I'm just curious, based on the data she just shared, what her thoughts are.
I have voiced opinions, and the neat thing about it is our schools are a sterile environment right now. Nobody has walked in, so it's a clean slate. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for in-person learning for those who choose it, and I think it can be done safely. But we have to look at the data. We're still not there, and it's hard to project. When I give you numbers from the DOH and when the graph right here, this is assuming these are the cases that are active. They're 14 days out. And that's why I know Mr. DiTerlizzi, hopefully I said that right, he was wanting to know what the active numbers are in the county. Our state does not track active cases per se. We track hospitalizations. Now, we sort of assume by backtracking, either depending on how you look at it, at 10 days or 14 days from today, that's still active cases, as well as somebody who is diagnosed today with a positive test, 10 days forward or 14 days forward, depending on what literature you read, they're still considered active cases. Did that make sense?
And we discussed that we wanted to look at those.
Yes, very much so.
Based on this date, so that's why we developed this.
And that's,
That 14-day time frame.
right, and we're trying to roll this out. It's, today, I don't know what our start date is still, but today would have been 2 weeks from August 11th. And that's why, I've been crushing numbers nonstop trying to track it.
You ready for this slide now? Mr.
Yes.
Taylor? Okay. Carolyn, and introduce yourself. And if you can answer any other questions that they had while you were reading. Okay.
Good evening, I'm Caroline Vitani. I'm the health officer for the Florida Department of Health of Martin County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. It's always a pleasure to actually see people. And so as you know, the Florida Department of Health is working collaboratively in partnership with our school district and many of our other community partners to provide guidance and resources and, of course, current data. As you know, we have the dedicated webpage at floridahealthcovid19.gov, and that's where the county does extrapolate that nice grid that they put up every day. So they are getting it from the Department of Health's database. We are collecting and sharing community-wide data, as we continue to do on a regular basis. Contact tracing for the school community is in the process of developing. We've started to develop some procedures for that. And also, we'll be providing training for our health assistants and for those individuals that may be assigned to assist us with contact tracing. We have our school health team, which is very involved with the contact tracing. In fact, they have been doing it throughout the summer, just in general, for helping us with this COVID response. We are creating documents for the schools to use for parent and guardian daily screening tool for students. And again, this is all based off of the CDC new guidelines. We're in the process of developing the screening tool for the staff and visitors. And we're using a symptom-based exclusion letter. And I do have, if you have any further questions about this, I have my lead school health nurse, Jennifer Bracken, who's really been intimately involved in developing these documents and working closely with the team. So that's where we are right now. I did want to comment on Mr. DiTerlizzi's question regarding the numbers, positives. Yes, thank you. As you know with that, there is that lag time with the labs, which, as we all have heard, has become quite a challenge with that. In fact, because it is a challenge, we are working to see how we can assist the school district in case there is, we need to do some kind of testing for any of the staff, or to help speed that up somehow. So we're in the process of working on that piece with some of our community partners as well. And what else? Was there another question? I think there might have been one other question. Mr. DiTerlizzi, did you have another question? I apologize.
I had one a couple of weeks ago about carbon dioxide, but I never got an answer.
Oh, carbon dioxide, yes. Oh, I apologize on that one. I promise I will get that to you.
Okay. Especially if we're going to be asking
Approved.
people, if they can't socially distance, to wear
Yeah.
masks. And,
Dr. Gordon
people-
said it has been disproved. Okay, thank
It
you.
has been disproved?
Yes, she'll find, she has some papers that she's going to look for, and I apologize for that.
So Carol Ann, I have a question for you. So let me try to walk through this, and so I can try to understand, and we can be on the same page here. So, and I understand that there will be instances, or there could be instances, and most probably likely there would be, that you would have a positive case in a classroom, and the classroom would be shut for a period of time. But let's kind of like walk through what that looks like. So let's say I have Tony here, and he's in my third grade classroom. And Tony comes to school day after day, socially distanced, wearing a mask, we're doing everything in the classroom correctly. Monday comes, he's not feeling well, he doesn't come to school. Tuesday comes, still not feeling well, still not coming to school. Wednesday comes, Tody's mama says to him, we're going to take you down, we're going to get you a test. So your mother takes you to go get a test, he comes back and he's COVID positive, all right? So we would now, and help me through this, so we would now assume that Tony has been in a classroom with, let's say, 12 other students and his teacher, right? And he's been in school for all this time. So at some point in time, that classroom then gets closed and everybody gets sent home? Is that the?
I'm going to let Jennifer explain this, because she's
And then
got this
I want to
down.
go a little bit further than that,
Yeah,
so let's
she's-
start with that.
She's got it down.
Okay.
And again, I'm Jennifer Bracken. I'm one of the school nurses that's been doing contact tracing. So that's an excellent example you give, because that's one of the more ideal circumstances where, for example, Tony would not have come to school on the Monday or Tuesday. He wasn't feeling well, and then went to get tested on Wednesday. Now, if we're assuming that Monday was the first day that he was not feeling well, for contact tracing, we go back 48 hours. So that would put us to Friday, which gives us that weekend buffer. It's been 48 hours since anyone's been around him in the school setting before he became symptomatic. So in that particular case, we do not have to shut down the classroom, and they would be able to continue on, and then Tony would just transition to remote learning when he was feeling well enough to do so at home.
Okay, so now let's change it up a little bit. Let's say Tony doesn't feel well on Wednesday. So he doesn't feel well on Wednesday, doesn't feel well on Thursday. His mama takes him down for a test on Friday.
Okay.
He's positive.
Okay, so in that situation, then he would have been around people on Monday in the classroom. And although we realize that our standard is that everyone is wearing a mask and that everyone is trying to maintain social distance, there would be a case interview with most likely Tony's teacher, depending on his age, because we're going to have to take into account what the teacher has reported as to, does Tony always stay in his seat? Is he located in the very back corner where his assigned seat is? And maybe, only those that are within 6 feet of him or very close to that. And she can guarantee that those students do not move out of their chair, and they have a very strict regimen
And
they follow.
let's say she can't.
If she cannot, if it's a first grade class and it is a lot of movement and there's no ability to really keep those kids settled, then yes, in the most severe case, when we would determine that that classroom was then exposed and possibly at risk, then the entire classroom would be, have to go to remote learning.
For a 2-week
For a
period.
for 2 weeks from their last date of exposure.
Which would be that
go
Wednesday.
It would go to Wednesday, yeah, if he was in school Wednesday.
Even though he got his test on Friday.
That's correct.
They would have been in school that week,
And,
so he's got a week and a
Yeah,
half.
and unfortunately, we don't get the test back quite that quickly. So one part of our procedure is the messaging to families that in that case, if you decide that your child needs to be tested or your healthcare provider has recommended that, please stay home until you get the results of that test.
Okay.
Because that's going to allow our.
Okay, so now let me take this a step further. So on Tuesday was art, and the art teacher in elementary school came into Tony's classroom and taught Tony's class art. So now we would assume that she's also in this contact tracing piece, right?
Yes, if she was around him within the 6 feet of space for greater than 15 minutes, she would be considered a close contact.
Okay.
She herself would.
Okay, so then she's going to be sent home for 14 days.
That's correct.
Okay, wait. Besides going to his classroom, the art teacher also went to Marcia's classroom. So do we now extend it to Marcia's classroom?
No, we do not have to, and I'll tell you why. And that is because when you do contact tracing, you go to the person that had direct contact with the person with the positive case. You go to those people that had direct close contact with them for greater than 15 minutes within 6 feet, up to 48 hours before the person had symptoms or before their test if they were asymptomatic. But we do not have to contact trace those people that are contacts of the contact. So that's a positive thing in this situation. So the art teacher is considered a contact of a positive case. And the people that she lives with, for example, and the people that she has been around during the school day are not included in having to go on to quarantine. They only would in the case that she herself became symptomatic, and then we would contact trace for the people in close contact with her, the art teacher, if she became symptomatic or had a positive test herself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the contact tracing scenario? And we could go on forever.
I know.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There's so many different.
Mrs. Vilwalk is going to go over a few slides, so you may want to tandem that with school health. So Michelle Vilwalk is going to walk through a couple of slides on the clinics.
So, Michelle Vilwalk, Coordinator of Student Services. You have heard that we'll have 2 clinics at each school. One will be Clinic 1, which will be designated for first aid and medication, and the next will be for those students who are symptomatic. When students go to Clinic 1, there'll be the typical clinic situation where they'll have gloves and a surgical mask. They have locked cabinets for medication you can read. All of those things are standard for our regular everyday school clinic. Towards the symptomatic clinic, PPEs for staff
will be required, which include gloves, face shield or goggles, and 95 masks, places to store those masks, disposable gowns, and an additional bio-waste container. And then you'll see the other items are relatively standard. We have a dedicated thermometer. We'll have places to hang those PPE gowns that are disposable daily, and the paper bags to store, which is the recommendation for storing N95 masks weekly, and then those will be disposed of weekly. Both clinics will have a barrier to prevent accidental entry because we don't want symptomatic students going into the first aid and medication clinic, nor do we want students who just need their medication or just need a bandage accidentally walking into the clinic that is for symptomatic students. Any questions on the two clinic models? Okay.
And do we assume that if Tony's sick in his class, before his mama comes to get him, he goes to that clinic and he's in clinic 2?
Yes, we are making
And
standardized passes.
And if I'm sick also,
Yes,
then I'm also in clinic 2.
that is correct. We are social distancing as best possible, but yes.
And so then if Tony comes back with a positive case,
Yes.
then I'm considered having been in close contact with him, even though mine was a minor flu. Right, okay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Okay, do I advance? Sorry. No. I'm good. There we go, I can. I just wasn't sure if I was supposed to. So the CDC symptoms that are identified at this time, they were much broader, and when we did our clinic walks with our school administration, they were a little concerned because it was things like a headache or, a not severe tummy ache or something that may be more prevalent. But now these are the ones that just came out. We updated them with guidance from the Department of Health. And these are the symptoms that will land you in that clinic too. Those, if any students who go into the clinic, the second clinic, they will be sent home. And right now the recommendation is 24-hour symptom-free with no medication. Yes, please.
One clarification on that. Again, these are specific for children only, and the CDC still follows the other guidelines of the broad range of symptoms for all adults. But they did, on the 23rd of July, narrow the guidance for symptoms for children to include these things. The guidance, there is guidance that you would only have to go home for the 24 hours until you're symptom and fever-free for 24 hours, unless a couple things happen. One of the things that would require you to stay home for a longer period of time is when you go home, we've created a form that includes these symptoms in one box. Then there's a second box that has questions about your contact with possibly sick people. So if you are a contact of a positive case, for example, you would be required to go home for the 10-day period with the 1-day fever-free, 24 hours fever-free and symptom-free in order to return. Or if you are a contact of a symptomatic person who has the extended list of symptoms that we attribute to adults, or if you're a person that's in quarantine, they also recommend that you stay home for the extended period of time. If you live in an area where the community transmission is considered high, which is approximately that 10% positivity rate that we see on the county, that red line that they put is approximately 10%, they recommend that everyone with these symptoms be sent home for the 10-day period. So although we have a positive light, that maybe if we continue to have dropping trends in our numbers and go below that 10% positivity rate in our county, we can look forward to being able to only have to send these children home for 24-hour time period. But as of how it stands right now, everyone with these symptoms would be sent home for the 10-day period. And there's another caveat to that, which is now, if you receive a negative test after being sent home, you are allowed to come back before those 10 days are up as long as you are symptom and fever-free for the 24-hour period. So if you're able to go home because of these symptoms and get a test that says you're negative, you may return before that 10-day period is up. That's a new CDC recommendation.
So let's go back to Tony being in the clinic and me going into the clinic with him. So he's going to go home, he's going to stay home, he's going to be out for 14 days, okay?
For 10 days.
Or 10 days,
Yep, mhm.
right, 10 days. So I'm going to go home, it's going to be a stomach ache, it's because I ate too much cake the night before, okay? So that's why I end up going home. But I spent a whole lot of time in Clinic 2 with Tony. So.
Right, so then, if he's identified as being a positive case.
But he's not identified for
Okay, he's
several
not.
days. Remember, okay, this happened on Wednesday. We're both in the clinic on Wednesday. He stays home. He doesn't get tested until Friday, Monday, whatever, right? I feel better. So my mother throws me out the door and sends me back to school.
And that's exactly why right now, because we're in this time of high transmission in our community, why there is a more strict guideline right now. So you actually right now would not be able to return until the 10 days. Even though you go home with abdominal pain or stomach ache, you have one of these symptoms, so you would be going home for the 10 days unless you receive a negative test, which does take some time, unfortunately, right now, and are without stomach ache or any of these symptoms for 24 hours, no fever, without the aid of fever-reducing medication.
So I have to have the negative test and this?
Well, right now, it's 10 days for everyone, basically, because everyone in our community is in the situation where we live in a place with high transmission. So everyone would have the 10 days. You are permitted to come back before the 10 days if you get that negative test.
Okay.
Was there one option I didn't cover?
Go ahead.
And does the test tell you, I mean, how soon? So I saw him on Wednesday. And I feel okay Thursday, so I'm coming back to school, but how soon can I get the test? And if I take a test Thursday morning, don't get a result until Saturday.
Right.
Is that test going to tell me if I'm positive or
I
negative?
cannot tell you the percentages on how many days after exposure, and I think every person is different according to their viral load. All that we do know is that if you are symptomatic, it's presumed that you have a higher, viral load, and that you might be more contagious to people when you are symptomatic and spreading respiratory droplets, possibly in their area.
So how does wearing the mask play into this scenario? Because if you have someone who potentially has, but both of the people in the clinic are wearing a mask.
Just like in the classroom.
And they're separated, how are you?
Well, we have to remember that our cloth face coverings or masks that we wear, although they are recommended and are very useful for lowering the risk, they are not an N95 mask.
Right.
So that is the only assurance you have, and that's why when you work in the clinic number 2 with symptomatic children, it will be recommended that you wear an N95 mask and be fit tested to do so that you have that protection, because you're going to be, no matter how hard you try, you're going to be within 6 feet, running around, taking care of people, and, there's a higher possibility that you'll be exposed to them.
So, is there a reason why we would put 2 potentially COVID positive children, if that were the scenario in that clinic? Wouldn't you want to take them outside, maybe to wait for their parent or something, so that you're not exposing
Yeah, 'cause it almost
the
seems-
potential, like maybe just, hey, let's sit outside and.
Right. I mean, that's ideal. I mean, to be outside would be ideal. We just get into the situation where we have to create a safe outdoor space, have the supervision and the supplies that we need to have an outdoor working space. But, if we're talking about one student and we had the staff available and their parent was on their way, I would absolutely recommend going into an outdoor area. That's, that would be ideal. I just don't think logistically that's something we're able to set up on a regular basis with that kind of supervision and, the space in the schools. But
The requirements of water and things like that
Right.
we have to have within that.
bathroom.
Mrs. Towers, may I ask a question?
Well, hold on a
Mrs.
second.
Towers?
Yes, 1 second,
Okay,
please.
I'm sorry. Okay.
It would almost seem that once you had 2 students in Clinic 2, that both of those students should be, that you should, and he comes back positive or doesn't come back positive, but it would seem that once you have 2 students in Clinic 2, once you have more than 1 student in Clinic 2, that you automatically would paint them with a 10-day brush.
Well, at this point in time, that's where we are.
Unless, but you went back again and said unless.
Unless they get a negative test.
Or I'm symptom-free for 24 hours.
Not right now, not right now. At this point in time, we're going to start off the school year where we're all living in a community with high transmission. So every single person has a check in that second box.
Okay.
So that's kind of, I think it'll be clearer when you're able to see the actual document. It mirrors the screening tool that parents will use and the screening tool that staff and visitors will have to also complete. Again, there's a box for symptoms and then a box that is about your possible exposure to positive people. And right now, everyone in our community has a box in that second section checked. So we're all subject to that 10 days unless we're able to get a pretty quick negative test, feel better, feel recovered for 24 hours, and return to the school situation.
Okay, and so let's continue on with this same thought. So I'm the art teacher. I went into his classroom, and you're going to give me the 10-day.
Because you're close contact.
Because I was close contact with him, not the other classes that I
Okay.
taught. But if I go home now and if I take a test and I'm negative,
You made
let
me
me
think
come
of a
back?
very good situation, which is, first of all, for the art teacher, if she were to go home and take a negative test, we're talking about a new situation here because now we're talking about a contact of a known positive case.
Right.
And that is what officially puts you into what we call contact tracing. So we have kind of 2 different realms when we go back into the schools of risk. We have people that are going to be identified as cases and/or contacts. So they're either a case and they're advised to stay out for 10 days until they're 24 hours fever and symptom-free, or you're a contact, at which the time period is 14 days with the same criteria, staying asymptomatic. If you start to get symptoms, then you go to the 10-day track. We assume that you now have COVID. And the other situation is our symptomatic students that get symptoms sometime during the school day that we do not know what their status is of whether they're positive or not. So we have kind of 2 different ways that we treat children. We'll have those symptomatic children in school, will go home with these symptoms, have to stay home for 10 days unless they get a negative test, they can return. If you are in contact tracing and you are a known contact of a positive case, a negative test does you no good. You still have to stay out for the 14 days because there is the assumption that we know you were in a close contact, therefore we know you were exposed. We must wait anywhere up to 14 days to see if you now convert to being positive. So that's why it's a much stricter criteria for the class that gets dismissed as a group. They're out for 14 days because they're contacts of a positive case, whereas the kids that just go home with symptoms that come up during the day, they're not known to be a contact of anyone with COVID. They're not known to have been a contact of any symptomatic person. They can come back with the new criteria of the negative test.
okay.
So it is very confusing.
And that explains it, because I know that there've been all these different staggered numbers of days. There's been the 2 days, the 10 days, the
Right.
14 days, and
Right.
I think it kind
And
of helps
that's what we're
explain
trying to come up with. You know, it seems like a little premature because of all the things we're talking about right now, but we do want parents to be familiar with, you know, today we said what to know before you go, you know, kind of understanding what situation could I be in. I could have to take off work or find, you know, childcare for 2 weeks if my child is a contact, or I might have to immediately go to school and pick up my child that is symptomatic and possibly arrange for a doctor appointment or possibly testing if that's what I choose to do. So the great thing is, in either case, in all cases, all these children can transition to remote learning the way it's set up right now. So there's not any instructional time that's lost as I see it with our plans. Of course, you know, if they're too ill to attend school remotely, they'll have to wait and feel better, but they'll be able to do that from their home setting.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mrs. Powers, may
Mrs.
I
Eppendahl had one.
ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I know Mrs. Roberts, went over the scenario with elementary, but I have a concern about what that would look like at the secondary level, because you have multiple classes, hundreds of students, 6 to 8 different teachers, the cafeteria with over 300 students and staff, the bus riders, and there's no supervision on the bus because the driver can't drive the bus and do that also. My other concern is this is a lot to manage. And just from remembering my time in an office, and I know you have a health assistant and 2 backups. However, I just, first of all, the health assistants are really going to have to be trained regarding all of this. And I know the health department's going to help us through it, but I can't even imagine what that's going to be like at the health department and how easy it's going to get in touch with that. Schools are going to be able to get in touch with the health department to get answers. It's really a lot to manage. And then my other question is, so the student might be positive, but had been in a classroom with a teacher who then maybe becomes positive, and then the teacher has to go home. And then again, we're looking at substitutes that we may not be able to find. So I know we need to get children back in school, but this is really a lot to manage. And with the numbers being so high in Martin County is really my concern still. So I just wanted to bring that up because I want to make a decision, because I know we don't look like leaders right now because we keep vacillating back and forth as to what to do. But I hope people understand this is not an easy decision for our county. It would have been much easier if we were in phase 1 and the decision would have been made for us because our schools would have to be closed. But it's very difficult for us in Martin County because we're not phase 1, but yet our numbers are like being in phase 1. And I know there are many parents that want their children in school, and I definitely want to see that happen. I just want to make sure that the health, safety, and well-being of our teachers as well as our staff are something that we are, in touch with and understand and look at, and we don't compromise that. So I'm still unsure how this is all going to look, because the other thing is we're also relying on parents to make sure we know how the child's feeling before they leave. And I know from my experience, sometimes parents give their kids Tylenol, and that masks the fever, and we didn't know they were sick, but the child knew they were sick before they left home. So it's just a lot to manage, and I don't envy you all that have to put all this in place. But we need to think about the secondary schools and what that's going to look like there. Thank you.
So Victoria, you bring up an interesting point, and I'd like to ask you a question then. So you mentioned in your comments before, and I don't mean to take away from this, but I think this is kind of like on the same subject. You mentioned that some students should come, maybe not all students should come, et cetera. I'm sure that you're familiar with what the order was. I'm sure you're familiar with the instructional minutes and that component, and that the emergency order gives us the flexibility to come up with a plan for remote learning. So when you're talking about delaying or picking students, are you suggesting that we not do what the emergency order says, that we instead decide that we're going to pick which students are going to come and which students aren't going to come, or
no, what I'm suggesting is that with counties that have numbers not even as high as ours, schools are closed. They're doing virtual education. And I know there are counties also that when students move from virtual education into the classroom, they're going to stagger, how they do that. And so that's what I'm suggesting, because it sounds like, because I know there are students, like students with disabilities and our younger students who, and those who, again, need to be in school because they don't live where there's hotspots and the Wi-Fi. What I'm suggesting is we have to think out of the box. How can we possibly help all of the students, but also make sure that we're following the order? I'm not even so concerned about the order as I am about children and staff well-being and safety.
So then the question is, and I'll ask Dr. Miller this, because I'm sure she's been reviewing the plans that have been approved, the reopening plans that have been approved. I have yet to find a plan that does not give a parent an option to send their child to school. So, Dr. Miller, are you aware of any plan where a district is saying which students come and which students don't come to school?
Tracy Miller, Chief Academic Officer. No, Mrs. Roberts, I've been reviewing plans as well, and I have not found any plans that don't allow parents an option.
So you.
I'm not suggesting that we don't. I'm not suggesting that we don't allow parents an option. I think you're missing my message. The parents would still have an option. I think those parents who really need to have their students in school when everyone else is virtual, then those are the parents who would choose to have their children come back because they need them to come back in the sense that they have not. I guess what I'm saying is there are ways to do this in a way that we think out of the box. I don't want to not give parents an option. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. I just want to know how we can do this in the safest manner possible. And bringing all students back may not necessarily be the safest manner. And how else can we look at it so that we are looking at the safety and well-being of everyone? I don't have an answer, Mrs. Roberts, but I will say that, I'm just suggesting that we think out of the box and make sure we're looking at all sides of this.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand if 70% of our parents, and that may even be a high number, but if 70% of our parents are saying that they want their children to come to school, what is the outside thinking and what is the solution to not have them come or to reduce the numbers that are there?
May I answer that?
Yeah, sure.
Mrs. Deffendahl, in all due respect, I feel your pain. We are in a mess. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. I've resolved I am not going to let my good be evil spoken of. We got to play within the parameters that we've been given. I've stated how I felt. I know how you feel. Let it go. There's nothing we can do. You're too good of a board member.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Anderson, but I'm wondering if we should start off virtually and then move slowly to having students come into school. We have until, according to the emergency order, till the end of August to have students come in 5 days. I mean, that's the whole piece, is that they want them in school 5 days, but our numbers are still high. You suggested last time, but you didn't make a motion. What about having students start off virtually?
And I didn't make the motion because it's not going anywhere. I'm not going to even do that to them. That's not the way, they want to play by the rules, for the lack of a better term. So, that's what it is. And I understand it. I respect everybody up here. Okay?
Well, and that's why I went with the vote last time, because I'm trying to support everybody from the district all the way down to the students and the parents as far as what their needs are. You hear from different people about different scenarios, and I understand it's difficult, don't get me wrong, but if that's what they want to do and that's the direction they need to go in, but I still am very concerned about the high numbers in Martin County. And lest the health department can tell me there's not a concern, but just listening to Mrs. Bracken talk about all the things they're going to have to do if a student comes to school, and how are they going to mitigate it, and what they're and who's going to monitor all that?
So, and Victoria, and I agree. I think that, yes, I think the numbers are high, and I think that it's an area of concern. But the point, and I guess, and it's not that I'm an unfeeling person who wants to push everybody back into the classroom and want teachers to be there and just are thinking, well, we can just pretend this isn't happening here. But I don't want to give false expectations to people who are thinking, I think I'm trying to look at it from a point of view of this is the reality that we're dealt with. So I read a lot on social media. I read all these different things of, oh, look, here, this district is starting virtually. Oh, look, here's another one, and they're going to do this virtually. And I keep looking at them, and I don't find it. Everyone, which is why I asked Dr. Miller, I don't see any district doing anything that is pushing this off for months or down the road and saying, let's do everything remotely for, until for the first semester. Let's do this first 9 weeks remotely. I haven't seen anybody that's doing the first 9 weeks remotely. So, and I think it's...
Well, I do know Palm Beach and St. Lucie and Indian River, I believe, are starting off virtual. Am I not correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Not St. Lucie.
Not St. Lucie.
Well, maybe not St. Lucie, but...
But I think that we're back to Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade are still in that phase 1. They're not in phase 2.
Phase 1, but our numbers are phase 1. That's what I'm trying to say. They may be in phase 1 only because the governor said they were in phase 1, but our numbers are right there with them. So that's what I'm trying to point out. We should be in phase one, and then we wouldn't have to be making these choices because our numbers are showing that our numbers are just as high or even higher than those counties. So that's all I'm going to say, but I just needed to, to get that out there. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if you'd just like me to quantify and qualify, one of the assurances we have to make as a school district by Friday to the Department of Education is assurance number 1 that says that all brick and mortar schools have to reflect at least 5 days of school per week for all students. And we have to share the reopening date and the schedule by school type. So that's something required of all districts, and I believe, Mrs. Roberts, that's the reason why we can't find a district who's not doing that, because you wouldn't be able to submit a plan because your assurances wouldn't be met.
It would be rejected.
But let me say something about your assurance, Dr. Miller. The assurance says by the end of August. It doesn't say that we have to have all children in school today or tomorrow. We could do this by pushing the date back until closer to the end of August to see if our numbers go down. So I know what the assurance says, but it doesn't give a specific date in August. Thank you.
So in response to that, and I've had conversations about that, and one of the things that the further we push it out, we would be creating a payroll gap for our employees. So I would want to understand what financial position are we putting our employees in if we go that far beyond our original start date. Can we, as a district, how are we going to handle that? Because I don't know that, I don't know what that would mean. I know it would mean a lot to a lot of our employees to go without a paycheck. So there are ramifications beyond that, just thinking, oh, well, I would really like to not start school at all until we had better numbers. But what does that look like? We would be going to school in July, until July.
Right. I'm not saying not to go to school though, Mrs. Powers. I'm saying to do virtual to begin with.
Remote.
But we don't have that option. That's the problem. We don't have the option of going remote for the first 3 or 4 weeks of school. We have to open our schools to parents and children and teachers 5 days a week.
So, Mrs. Powers, I do think we do have an option. We do have an option to say, okay, our open date will be August 31st. We will open brick and mortar schools on August 31st. And we will, for the first 3 weeks of school, starting on August 11th, keep everything the same and say, starting on August 11th, everybody will have their device, will participate in e-learning, so they'll know what that looks like, et cetera, and do that and start on August 31st. So we have the ability to do that, right?
That's what I'm talking about, Mrs. Roberts.
Now, and the problem with that, though, then becomes, and I think this is where we got hung up on it last time, is the problem with that becomes, what do you do about extended day? What do you do about teachers who have children? What do you do about all of that? But I mean, if we say, okay, push all that aside. If this is the latest day that we can actually open a brick and mortar school, then open them on August 31st. We don't need to change the calendar. We don't need to do anything else. We can just say, keep your device, do your remote learning. Students come to school. They don't come to school. They start school on August 11th, and it's just remote for that period of time, right?
And that's all I'm asking for, exactly. And, as far as extended day goes, the parents that are home when the kids have to do virtual have to deal with that. And so I'm sorry to say that our extended day wouldn't be open, but our teachers would be doing just what our parents have to do, and that is, trying to work as well as doing virtual, and they had to do that in March. But the bottom line is that we're trying to keep students safe as long as possible.
So that would be, actually, teachers would be in their classrooms beginning August 11th. Students would be at their computers at home on August 11th. So it's a little different scenario than what the flexibility we were. It's a little different scenario than we were able to offer in March.
I understand, Mrs. Powers. Thank you.
Is there any other
Now, we
comment?
said we can't make a motion regarding this tonight. Can we call a special meeting in order to do this?
I don't know that we need to call, we have the plan. I mean, we have a calendar that starts August 11th. That,
Well,
But if we're pushing the students back to August 31st.
No, if we're, so, and I guess I would ask our board attorney that. Is that the superintendent's decision then, or is that the board's decision to say we want it to be e-learning from the 11th until the 30th?
Currently, at the last board meeting, the board with 4 members, Mr. Dieterlisi was not at that meeting, asked for the MCEA's input as to 2 different calendars, which, if that collective bargaining does not succeed with a choice of calendar, then the already approved calendar with students going back to school on August 11th would take place. Because I am very unclear that collective bargaining has reached impasse, the board's vote was to obtain the teacher's input as to a calendar selection. If that reaches impasse, then the board can call a special meeting if that was the board's choice.
So, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I guess I'm going to anyway. So, if that motion said, the motion that I made said it was until 12 noon,
Yes.
and if a decision was made by 12 noon, and the 12 noon has passed, then it isn't essentially on the table. Now, it's my understanding that when you want to rehash something, you have 3 ways that you can do it. You can either do it with a motion to rescind meaning that we would take back that motion, and in taking back that motion, we could then vote on that motion again, the exact same motion, and people could change their vote on that motion. So that really doesn't do anything if you're trying to get from point A to point B. You could do a motion to reconsider, right?
Correct.
And if you did a motion to reconsider it, we can reconsider an agenda item, and then we could amend the motion, and we would be able to do that at this meeting. Is that correct?
It was not noticed for this meeting, so it cannot be at this meeting. It needs to be no later than the next regular meeting, which obviously doesn't work because we're talking about calendars. The caution that I would have for the board, if the teachers union and the district, even though they've gone past the noon deadline, if they are still negotiating, I would advise you to leave it for the chair to call a special meeting if those negotiations don't lead to a positive result in the immediate future, because the board asked the teachers union to come to the table. We're aware that they continued negotiating past noon. I would be very cautious if they are near the end, whether that's going to no decision or whether that's going to a memorandum of understanding. I'd be very hesitant, having asked the teachers to weigh in, to then cut them off before that process is done. I fully understand that the motion had a noon deadline.
well, I think regardless, we're going to have to come back, and even if we get an agreement, it didn't meet the terms of the motion, so that is no longer on the table, so we're going to have to come back, and if anything changed and what the superintendent recommended, we're going to have to come back and vote on that. In my mind, I would not be
Correct.
comfortable doing anything else.
Can we ask if at this point, if we had made any progress on?
Well, that's a
that?
couple of things I had, that I
So-
wanted to find out what we can do to move this along if we don't have some sort of resolution, and if we do, I want to know what that is, so that we can go ahead and schedule that special meeting if we need to. Because this is getting crazy. I know that we are changing, we're trying to adapt to what's happening. Our numbers are actually going down, which is a positive sign, not where we want them to be. But I really would like to shoot for the 25th. I don't think that, or the 24th, whatever that date ended up being. I think it's, in order to get a day, I think we should have start on Monday. Just seems logical, but that's just me. But I would just really, the online learning, I get it. If you chose that as your option, then that's fine to do that until the 31st. But for the parents who chose to do brick and mortar, they're relying on us, and we keep moving the target. And I mean, I want to make a good decision, but we have to give them something concrete. And if the 24th, if it gets close and we have to change that date, then we'll do it. But I just don't see this whole doing remote for 2 weeks or 3 weeks for kids that are going to go brick and mortar. I don't see that being very successful. And I've gotten a lot of feedback from teachers who are going to be brick and mortar who are dead set against that. So I don't know. I would just like to know where we are with negotiations.
I'd like to know
because
where we
this is-
are at this point also. I think they've had probably ample time. And also, we have a plan that must be to DOE
Oh, I know.
by Friday.
I know.
So here we are, again. And the order says that we must offer that option for a live in-person 5 times a week for parents. And so, there's not a question. We are opening schools. We are opening schools, and, the governor has made it clear, and the Commissioner of Education has made it clear that parents must have the option. And so, there's no playbook on this, and we're taking every mitigation strategy and following the guidelines to the best that we can to be able to implement and to the maximum degree possible, working with, Cleveland Clinic, working with the health department, working with Dr. Jordan, working with our local community. I mean, we're doing everything possible. I mean, when you look at our graduation, we just had graduations. When that first started, I mean, I'll tell you, I was a skeptic myself. But you know what? We did it. We graduated 4 high schools last week, in-person graduations, and we took all of those considerations and guidelines, and implemented them, and you were there, you got to see it. So I think that we are looking at all of this to have that in-person option. We know that there are parents that have chosen, 30% of our parents have opted to keep their children home for a remote learning option. That means that 70% of our community has decided they want their children to come back for in-person learning. I go back to what Mr. Anderson said, about our children that need to be in school. We have children that need to be in school learning. You talk about an achievement gap. We're going to have the COVID achievement gap that's going to fall on top of the achievement gap for some of our students. So, we must be able to look at that. Also, we just had the budget and trim process presentation this evening, and if we don't have students in school, we don't get our funding. And so if we don't present that option, I mean, I talked to DOE today, I talked to FADS, well, it wasn't, but FADS, and if you don't have your children in school, you're not going to get your funding per student. That came at a $45 million figure if none of our students came to school. I'm not willing to, we don't have to worry about anybody coming to work then, because there won't be any students here and we won't have any money. We're considering the safety of our students. We have to look at safety of students and staff. I'm just trying to look at all of my notes, but.
Can we get an update? Can we get an update, please, on where we are so that if need be, that we can schedule a special meeting to get this resolved?
Mr. Rodowitz?
Sure, we're in the same status as we left our executive session prior to this meeting. In order to bargain further, we would need to be in the sunshine for it.
I cannot hear Mr. Rodowitz.
So if you want to repeat that for Ms. Eppetheller into the mic,
Sure.
please.
In order to bargain, you have to be in the sunshine. So I can't, at this juncture, the
Okay.
status is the same as I advised you in the executive session prior to the beginning of this meeting.
So,
Madam Chair,
Mr. George,
my suggestion is you all schedule a special meeting for somewhere in the morning of Friday, July 31st, or midday, because you meet your 48-hour notice requirement. If there's a memorandum of understanding in front of you, if it matches the motion, then you've got your calendar. If it doesn't, then the board determines what they're going to do on the calendar.
Do we need 48 hours for an emergency?
Not for an emergency.
I consider this an emergency.
I do too, and I think that I don't want to wait till Friday.
No, this
to-
is, no. People are in limbo right now, wondering what's going to happen, what should they plan for? And we need to make a decision. This is, we can't change every time we come together. We've got to decide.
So my personal preference would be to finish this meeting, to have an executive session with the school board, to have you do whatever you need to do with MCEA for collective bargaining tomorrow, and that we have an emergency meeting tomorrow afternoon to set the calendar date. And that would be my preference on what we would do.
I agree with that, Mrs. Roberts.
Would you be able, I mean, is MCEA available, and would you be able to take care of that tomorrow?
I can ask, I will make all those requests. There's a couple of members of the team here, but Karen has left.
No, Karen?
Oh, she left, you
Came
left
back.
earlier, sorry, I didn't see you there a second ago. She left a few minutes ago, maybe she came back. So
That
yeah,
would
I
be
can
my
schedule that and work from there, that's not a problem.
Wait. Come on up to the mic if you're going to talk, please.
I just gave a look to 3 of my team members, and they gave me a no for tomorrow. I think they have training. We have new teacher orientation tomorrow from 10 to 11, but I think they're training all day. I could check with my chief negotiator, and there is one other member of the team who's not here right now. I can see if he's available.
So you're saying that you cannot negotiate tomorrow?
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Okay.
You've presented what your counter is to our
Well, I
negotiator, correct?
said it earlier.
No, but you've presented something to him, right, Karen?
It hasn't been sent over, no. They have it here.
No, because I don't have a computer here. I mean, I could draw it, I wrote it up on here, and I tried to share it with Joe. I mean, I'll do what you guys want me to do. I want to finish this. This is grueling. I mean, can we go out in a room now? Is that not appropriate?
Well, I mean, I would think that if the school board can do an executive session, which shouldn't take more than, in my estimation, 15 or 20 minutes at the most, and do that right now as this meeting concludes, that if you all are available to, any time, so that we can set an emergency meeting, say tomorrow. So if it means, I mean, I know that it's 8 o'clock, but I mean, I think families need resolution. I mean, I think the community needs resolution, the teachers need resolution, and families need resolution. And I mean, I think that that's what we need to.
And I agree, and, I don't want Joe to be in there all by himself when we have 3 people, so I don't know if Dr. Miller could be in there, or,
We'll figure it out.
okay.
But that would be my,
So we have to set some parameters here. If we can't reach a resolution, we have to let people know what we're doing. This is,
yeah, I agree.
I think we were really very, very close.
I actually think, and I don't know whether this can happen, I actually think we can adjourn this or suspend this meeting, have an for 30 minutes, have an executive session with Joe. You all can meet with Karen, and then we can decide whether we need to have an emergency meeting, and the emergency meeting can be any time. I mean, the emergency meeting, I view this as an emergency. I mean, I don't really care if the emergency meeting happens at 9 o'clock tonight. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, this is an emergency, and the meeting is at 9 o'clock tonight.
You have to put a note on the door.
And that here's a typed up note or a handwritten note, we're going to stick it on the door and it'll be announced at 9 o'clock tonight. I mean, I don't have any problem with that. And then I think, because I really feel like we owe people an answer, like today, and there's 4 hours left in today.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so can we, if that works with everybody, can we suspend this meeting?
Or we can just take
Well-
a break.
Take a break?
And,
But we need to come back as an emergency meeting.
correct.
We'll come back. We'll
announce the
we'll-
emergency meeting,
We'll
okay.
adjourn this meeting and announce the emergency meeting, and we'll hopefully have a final decision.
9 o'clock.
Well,
So what time is the emergency meeting going to be?
Well, I hope before 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as we're done.
Reconvene at 8:30,
Can you email or text or something so I know?
Well, you're going to be in
Would
the
you be able to-
executive, you're going to be in the executive session as well.
All right, when are we going to the executive session, right
Right
after
now,
this,
we'll
or-
call you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, good Lord.
Is one of these offices around here open? Can we just do it in one of these in here?
I guess we're going to need some sort of update from somebody about what's going on with the negotiations or the lack of. So, Ms. Sessa, if you want to go first and finish up your presentation, and then I guess the board can talk.
Yeah, so, you want to get up real quick before we jump into this piece?
Oh, yeah, let's have.
If you're on the phone, can you please mute your phone if you're not talking, because we can hear like some feedback. Thank you.
So, Mrs. Powers, when we started the presentation with the Department of Health and we were talking about the CDC, and you had a question about just a quick reference if you wanted to be able to respond to a teacher or a parent that emailed you. And I mentioned our strategies, our risk management strategies. Well, in our back-to-school meeting this morning, facilities kind of talked about the teacher kit that they have prepared. And also, they wanted to talk a little bit about the social distancing piece again and where they're at with that specific to cafeterias, because we did go over that. So Garrett wants to just step in for a minute, and then we'll go right into the remote learning. And I believe Mr. Shazo is walking through that, correct? Okay. Thank you, Garrett. You need me to do it?
Good evening, Garrett Grabowski, Chief Operations Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. In today's, as Julie said, in today's meeting, there's been a lot of concerns that came up over social distancing, what we're doing for the classrooms, what the teacher kits look like, and I wanted to share, thank you for the opportunity to share with the viewers and the public and the teachers and the parents what we're doing for the classroom. So what I did is went back to my grammar school days and I brought in show and tell. And I'd like to go through some of these items for show and tell. So the teacher kits consist of a trigger spray bottle. It's going to contain disinfectant. This bottle will be labeled with what it is, the Bio-esque disinfectant. The safety data sheets are on our website, so they're available for anyone to view to see what the product is. It's EPA registered product, and I believe it's made with all green chemicals, so it's a disinfectant. In addition to the kit, we're going to have 16-ounce bottles of hand sanitizer. The bottles may not look like this. They're going to come from suppliers, but due to supply chain, they're come in different various forms. They will be gel, from what I understand. This is the first run. It was liquid, but it will be more of the gel type. So that's what the hand sanitizer looks. Classroom kits will also contain microfiber cloths. The cloths will be used to wipe down the electronics. There's a lot of concerns and questions as to how we work on the electronics, whether it's a desktop, laptop, computer, and those peripherals. So we're working on a training video that can be shared with everyone where you spray the disinfectant onto the cloth and then you wipe the device with the dampened cloth. You don't spray directly into the peripheral or the device, so we don't want to saturate anything that way. In addition to the kit, we'll be having gloves. So gloves will be provided in case there's a need for that. So I'll work with safety on latex and non-latex gloves as needed for people that may have allergies. And then in addition to that, our masks. So these are the masks that we'll be purchasing. They'll be coming, they may look in different, they may be different boxes than this, as I said, based on the supply chain that we're getting at different times. But this is basically the kit that will be provided for every classroom. So we are posting this on the website. So this is a picture of what the kit will look like. We're currently sourcing the wipes as well. So when the disinfectant wipes come in, then those wipes will have those, so they'll be deployed to the classrooms as well. So this is in stock. We're currently putting these packages together. They're going to be assembled at the schools by the plant operators and then distributed to the classrooms. In addition to the classrooms and offices, because offices will get a similar kit, the trigger spray bottle and the microfiber cloths will also be on the buses. So if there is an issue where the bus driver feels that there's a need to treat an area on the bus, they'll have the opportunity to do that in between spraying or disinfecting as they return from each route. So that's an update on the sprayers and the disinfectants.
So how many bottles of hand sanitizer did you say that just the two will be?
It's one 16-ounce bottle, and we're purchased the sanitizer in 55-gallon drums, so they will be refilled daily or as needed. So we'll have multiple bottles moving throughout the day, throughout different places, and refilling as required. We also purchase sanitizer in 55-gallon drums, and I believe we have,
And those freestanding hand sanitizer things like we had at graduation and,
that's correct. So we've ordered the, Laura Roberts through Food Service has ordered 75, Laura Hamadale, excuse me. Her husband's going to be upset at me now again. We have those hand sanitizing stations that are on cruise ships, so that'll be in the lunchroom, and they'll be using them in the cafeteria. She's also got them for the deliveries as well. So as we receive deliveries, the drivers or delivery people will be required to sanitize before they enter the building. So that we'll have that in place too. And I've been on so many meetings, I don't remember which one it was, but there's been a lot of concerns about the social distancing aspect. And if we start our day on the buses are limited in size, and we have to pick up all the children at the stop. So we are going to continue to follow our best practices. And mostly, I know that I've stated this before to the board, but this is mostly for the people at home and the people that we want to reach out to, because we want people to make an informed decision based on the reality of what our limitations are based on the amount of students we have and the area that we have to work within on the buses. So it is probable that your child will have to sit next to another child on the bus. Social distancing, while we will try to do our best that we cannot leave any children at the bus stop. We have to take them all to school. So there's going to be times, most likely, that your child may have to sit next to another child on the bus. We will follow the best practices of making sure that children have masks. So there will be masks on the bus if the child doesn't have a mask, so they'll be asked to wear a mask. There'll be sanitizer on the bus for the child to sanitize their hands. And then we will load the bus from the rear forward. Siblings will be seated together, and then those children will have an assigned seat on the bus. There's been some talk in these meetings and community about taking temperature on the bus and what does that look like and everything. So we're not going to be taking temperature on the bus. We have to pick up all the students regardless, and we don't want to delay the bus stop process at all. So we understand that we're stopping traffic with the buses, and it's a great time to remind people of back to school and bus safety, because drivers have not seen buses on the road for 5 months. So if we can do a community piece where we kind of remind drivers that school buses are going to be back on the road, because people are going to get forgetful, and there's all kinds of rules with school buses that we want to remind the public about. So we will we'll continue to do the wipe down of the high touch areas. The students will be brought to the school. If there is a child that's suspected is ill, they will follow the standard protocol. On a normal day, they'll call into the office on the radio and say, we have a child that may be not feeling too well, where the child will be received at the school. They won't be using any names or calling anyone out. It'll just be normal standard protocol for how we identify if there's a child that may not be feeling well that day. At which time then the school will take them and then run them through the proper check and then put them in clinic number 1 or clinic number 2 and notify the parents as appropriate. So the return, to finish up with the busing, we've ordered additional hand sprayers. They'll be on carts. They'll be located at the schools at the bus loops. So we will ask the bus drivers and the custodians, whatever help we have available, that they will go through when all the children are off the bus, that the bus will be sprayed with the electrostatic sprayer, and the chemical will be treated to disinfect the bus, and the bus will go on the next route to pick up the next run. So that's the plan for the buses. At the end of the day, we're trying to load the buses as quickly as possible. So the buses, we're going to time the staging of the buses so that we can load them and we don't have the children congregating in the bus loop. So we're trying to prevent that time of congregation, get them on the buses. The return to home route will have a different assigned seating because the routes are different on the return trip home. So there will be those seats. Those children will get on the bus. They'll be wearing their mask. They'll do their hand sanitizer, wear their mask, get on the bus. This is where the concern comes in, is that, well, the child may be sitting in the front of the bus because that's their assigned seat, and then a child getting out of class, they're doing their final thing, getting their homework together, they may be running 2 minutes late. They will be passing that child on the bus, but that's just the reality of how we have to load the buses at that time. It's better to load the buses that way than it is to keep the children congregated in the bus loop waiting for everyone to load the bus from the rear forward. So as they arrive to the bus, they'll take their seat, and then they'll wait until the bus departs to take them on their route home. And that's basically our busing plan for everyone. And we also had a lot of discussion about the social distancing for the lunch period. So food service can provide social distancing. So food service has provided additional tables, additional carts, additional point of sale stations. They've done everything to determine a touchless system using the 4300 card, so there's no money transaction happening at a register or at the point of sale system, so it's all touchless. They'll run through the lines as quickly and efficiently as possible, where the lines will be wiped down and disinfected. The issue or the concern that came up in the meeting is the amount of staffing that we have to provide supervision of the social distancing, because there will be more than 50 children in the cafeteria at one time. And this is where the concern comes up with how much available staff do we have to supervise the people. So the social distancing, while it is logistically possible to spread out the feeding on the campus or in the cafeteria or the classroom or other or outside dining, there may not be enough available staff to supervise the small groups of children that are required. So until we know what the enrollment is, we're going to have to take it on a day-by-day basis, but there is times when we may not be able to socially distance, and parents need to know that this is as honest as we can be, as the children will be eating in a cafeteria, they will be servicing the lunch line, they'll be running things. Now, there's alternatives that we have as to modifying schedules, adding additional lunches, and we're trying to work that out as best as we can with the staff that we have. So we just wanted to give you an update as to where we were with the social distancing, and that it may not always be possible to have social distancing per the guidelines all the time. There's going to be situations where it just may not be possible. We're going to limit that, and we're going to do the best we can in the situation that we have.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you, Garrett.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent Gaylord, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jennifer DeShazo, Director of Public Information and Community Relations. I'd like to take a few minutes this evening to go over some of the data that many in our community, our parents, our teachers have been waiting to hear from, and I trust that the board and superintendent will find this interesting as well. July 10th through the 24th, we opened up a parent commitment form for remote learning. This was, as you all know, we have two options that are available for families starting next month for return to school. We have our traditional in-person school option, which is the requirement under Commissioner Corcoran's emergency order. And we also have the remote learning option, which is where students can elect to live stream lessons from their home, the same lesson that they would be getting in their teacher's classroom. They just would be receiving the lesson from home via the live stream. Parents were not asked to take any action if they wanted to have their child return to a brick and mortar school. That was the default option for students that are already enrolled in the Martin County School District. Parents that chose to have their child participate in remote learning were asked to complete a parent commitment form to declare this option. And as I said earlier, they had July 10th through the 24th to declare their intentions. So as you can see on the screen, we had 7,662 total responses. Some of those were duplicates. We had parents submitting the form more than once, sometimes just trying to make sure that it went through. Staff went through and cleaned the data up. Our instructional services team, Dr. White, Dr. Malham, Nicole Fisher with accountability, ET, Paul McGinnis, Drew Wessel, our whole team in ET spent a lot of time going through this information and making sure that we had the correct counts and that this is correct information that would be reported to you this evening. This is the figure right here of interest. The final tally after the survey closed on Sunday evening, 37% of our K-12 students have elected to enroll in our remote learning option after all of the duplicate entries have been removed. We do have 175 responses that have been sent out to schools for further investigation, and I'll get into that a little bit on the next slide. So we have some students that we haven't been able to locate in focus based on the info that was submitted by the parent or guardian. We know that some of these will be students that are new to the district, whether they're enrolling in kindergarten or they are just coming to the district from another county or state. We have some students where we believe that a name or student ID number could have been entered incorrectly, and that's what's causing the discrepancy. We have kindergarten students who are pending registration. Staff was able to determine that we have 580 kindergarten students that are currently enrolled in the district, but we have likely around 800 pending registration. And as everything has been done a little bit differently this year, many of the kindergarten registrations and students who are new to our district are participating in contactless registration, where they go on our website, they complete the forms on our website and submit directly to the school to enroll in the process rather than visiting the school in person. And there's a possibility that that's kind of held up our processing of the data somewhat. So that's important to know as well. We also found out going through the information and the responses that we received that some of the families of charter, private, or homeschool students were completing our remote learning commitment form, believing that that was how they would enroll in remote learning for the school or the program that they were attending. So staff is in the process of contacting these parents and trying to find out if they in fact are intending to come back to the Martin County School District from where we have them enrolled, or if they were confused about, whether or not they needed to complete this form for their program. We really went through and wanted to give you all an accurate picture of our subgroups and the breakdown. I know that we have had some discussions tonight and over the last couple of weeks about our closing the achievement gap and specific student populations. So as you can see on the screen here, we went through, and I'll go through a couple more slides. I'll give you a chance to look at these numbers to see the subgroups and how we broke this information down. And Mrs. Deffenthaler and Mr. DiTerlizzi, this slide is available in the board docs. So if you all want to pull up to see the numbers, you'll be able to see that in the attachment that's on board docs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
And we also went school by school, but we first broke down the Title I numbers, and those are reflected the percentages of students enrolled in remote learning in red on the screen. And these are our non-Title I elementary school numbers. Middle school.
So just to clarify, so for Anderson Middle, who would normally have 1,064, right? That we're expecting 611 students to show up.
That's correct. And our high school.
Ms. Roberts, what was that number again?
611?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that was it for our data, but we just thought it would be important for the board to have this information to kind of look at what our parents are choosing for their own children, especially as we look at closing the achievement gap and vulnerable student populations and what those families are selecting for their students.
So can you go back 1 minute just to the kindergarten one?
To this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 30% of the 580, right?
That's 30% of our,
Or
yes.
is it
of-
30% of the total of 800 that we're expecting?
It's 30% of the students that are enrolled in the district.
The 580?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so if I look at K to 5, you were not all the way in the weeds, but we're pretty much, I mean, all of those, it looks like at least somewhere between 30 and 39%, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or slides to review again? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gaylord, Maurice Bonner, Director of Human Resources. I have a few slides that you asked for some data, and I have just some snapshots. Please note that we are still hiring, so some of this data is changing minute by minute. But as of Monday, we had 21 instructional vacancies. You can see the breakdown with elementary, middle, and high school. I did pull out the interim positions just to put those on the side so that you know we do have staff members there, but those staff members would be on a leave, so that's why they're posting for those interim positions. Okay. Next, you asked for some information on leaves for employees. For confidentiality and HIPAA rules, we cannot identify what types of leaves, but this is the number of employees that we currently have out on leave throughout the district. 21 instructional, 45 the non-instructional, and 3 professional, technical, or admin. And then as of July, this was the number of retirements that we have processed. There may be some additional ones. We're still waiting on the paperwork to come from the work sites. So what I was asked was that at each of your meetings that we give you an update. So we will update this as we move forward. But right now, as of July, we had 11 instructional resignations, 11 non-instructional, and 6 professional, technical, and admin. And then from the retirement side for July, we had 1 in MCEA, 3 for ASME, the non-instructional, and none at the professional, technical, admin at this point. And that is my snapshot. If there's any additional information, feel free to let me know, and we will work on that information for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonner, can you just repeat the last thing that you said about MCA and AFSCME?
The retirements, we had 1 MCEA retirement, 3 AFSCME retirements, and 0 on the professional, technical, admin for retirements.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And that is it.
That concludes? Okay, so can we kind of get an update on what's happening with negotiations? And we need to discuss it as a board, where we go from here. Mr. George, did you want to do that? How do you want to do that? Or Mr.
The
Radowitz?
MCEA and Martin County School District were unable to reach an agreement regarding the calendars.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board moving forward?
I'd like to see us hold a special meeting so that they have time to work out their differences.
How much time?
Madam Chair, I am not optimistic that they will be able to reach an agreement
At all?
at all.
Can I make a point,
Yes, please.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
So we floated all these scenarios out there. We gave them two choices. We get as far as how students will come back, teachers will come back. They really only had one choice. I was a little concerned that we probably should go a little further to protect our staff, no matter who the staff is, in whatever ways we can. And I've been thinking about this for the last 2 weeks since we originally made the decision that, you know, could we offer them, I mean, obviously they may or may not want to wear masks, but a face shield might help, maybe some type of plastic barrier. I understand they're going to have access to disinfectants, which is a great thing in their classroom. Students will be removed if they're sneezing or coughing. Is that true?
Yes, yeah, I mean, the safety protocols are in place to deal with all of the scenarios that you mentioned.
So, you know, I think it was either Victoria or Tony earlier mentioned maybe we did a couple of weeks, and I'm just throwing this out there. Maybe we did a couple of weeks of virtual with the teachers in the classroom. I don't have a problem with that, but I believe we do need to get back to school. Most of our parents want our students and their children in the classroom. The governor wants and the Secretary of Education want the students in the classroom. I'm all for it. I just want to do it as safely as possible. It doesn't appear like we're going to get anywhere with negotiations. So if they come back on the 11th or prepare early, what was the date? The 6th? 6th or 7th? Does anybody remember?
The students, so you're asking about the teachers?
Yeah, the teachers.
The
Teachers
Monday.
will come back Monday, the 3rd of August.
3rd, okay.
Yeah, that's under our current calendar.
The flex day is this Friday.
Okay, so that if they come back on the 3rd, and this is my thinking, is if there's no students in the classroom, and the students for the first 2 weeks or until the end of the month are on virtual school, from the 11th to the end of the month they're on virtual, by the end of the month they're back in the classroom. That should give us and we did this before, gives us some time to review what the cases are and the status of COVID-19, and then we can come back at the end of the month and decide if we're going to continue with virtual or we're going to continue back in the classrooms, which I think we should wind up back in the classrooms.
So would you,
Because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with negotiations.
would you say that again, what you just said, Mike? What I thought I heard you said? Say that again, please.
So the teachers come back on the 3rd. The students come back on the 11th to the teacher in the classroom doing virtual, and every student has to sign into every class, sign out of every class, however you do that to ensure that your virtual student for the first 2 weeks, from the 11th 2 weeks, is in the classroom while the teacher is in the classroom, but they're virtually in the classroom. Follow me? That way the teacher is protected for those 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, a lot can happen with COVID-19. The cases could tank. They could find that there was erroneous information. There's a whole lot of things that could happen because this thing has a lot of moving parts. And at least we get our teachers back in the school. They're safe, and all of our staff, not only our teachers, but our staff is safe at school. There'll be no students there for the first 2 weeks. And then from the 11th to the end of the month, the students will be online like we were going to do in our original plan 3 weeks ago.
So then, Mr. DiTerlizzi, so if I understand you correctly, and I agree, we need to get back in class, but based on what we're up against, on the side of safety, you're just trying to buy them some time with 2 weeks. Is that what you're saying? Our teachers?
Time is all we have, Mr. Anderson. It's really all we have. So I feel comfortable with the teacher in a completely disinfected school environment with no students there.
Yeah.
That teacher, he or she, is in their classroom. They're virtually teaching from their classroom. And the students, they have to take attendance and they have to do everything they can. They have to present their lesson plans to their principals, and we move forward for the first 2 weeks that way.
So
and we continue beginning school on August 11th.
So by going that route, we will not be violating or going against what we've been told, and we'll still be on track. Everything will be on schedule, and school will resume. If that's the case, if there's nothing illegal with that, then I guess you can make a motion and we can go from there, if that's how you feel.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And Mr. DiTerlizzi, it's Tony George. I'm just making sure I understand it, because under the governor's order, students need to have a brick and mortar option before the 31st. So.
Before the 31st of August?
Correct. So the original discussion from the last board meeting was 2 weeks in on August 25th. But I'm just trying to clarify from your statements, at what point are you suggesting that students are back in their schools for the ones whose parents did not choose the virtual option?
What's the date? Let me look at the date on the 25th is when the directive gives us?
The 25th was the original proposal from the superintendent?
So it would be Tuesday the 25th or Monday the 24th.
Mike, the original, last week, the superintendent's recommendation was to push back the calendar 2 weeks for students to August 25th. So students would come back in person August 25th. Those parents that wanted their student to stay home for remote learning had that option. These are the numbers that you just saw here tonight, the people that picked that option. The teachers would return August 11th. Is that correct?
Yes. The teachers would return August 11th. The students will have the option have no option but virtual till the 25th. When those whose parents want them to return on the 25th. Those whose parents don't want them return will do the virtual just like you originally planned. But we're just delaying it 2 weeks.
So Mike, this is Mrs. Roberts. So
Yes.
what you're really saying is, you're saying that we keep the original calendar. The only difference, the original calendar had the teachers reporting for work on Monday, August 3rd, and school starting for students on Tuesday, August 11th. So your recommendation is to keep all of that the same, exactly the same, except for the first 2 weeks of school, from the 11th to the 24th, students will be learning remotely and will not be reporting to a school until Tuesday, August 25th. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the students whose parents want them in school will return. The others will learn virtually until the parents decide to bring them back to school, or we have the all clear. I don't remember what Lori and staff determined how long we would do the virtual.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why can't we wait until August 24th or 25th for the students to come back to school, period, not virtually, not in class, and then have the teachers come back? Isn't that the superintendent's plan? The teachers would come back on the 11th?
No,
I understand those payroll issues.
No, that is our current calendar. That
The current calendar.
That the union won't agree to.
Well, no, that's the calendar that is approved. It's approved by the board. It is a management right for us to, we did that way back when we approved
That's the August 3rd, Mrs. Powers, that's the August 3rd calendar,
That's
right?
the August
When the
3rd
teachers come back?
teacher start, August 11th student start.
So
what I
Victoria,
wanted to
the issue is, if you change from August 3rd, the problem becomes coming up with the 196 days, which is why how we got into this, if you remember. That's the problem. If we change from the August 3rd date to any other date, when we change to the 10th, we have to find 5 days to make up. If we change it to the 17th, we got to find 10 days to make up.
Okay,
Right?
right, I get it now, yeah. So the teachers would come back on August 3rd, but then they would be asked to start teaching on August 11th remotely? Is that what Mr. DiTerlizzi was saying?
Yes, not
Yes,
only
that's
would
what I was
the
saying.
teachers start
Okay,
teaching
thank
on August 11th, the students would start learning on August 11th. The first day of
Right,
school
okay.
for students will be the August 11th, just like we approved in the calendar that we approved for last year. With Mr.
Okay.
DiTerlizzi's idea, the only thing that would be different would be that for the first 2 weeks, students would not be allowed to come to school and would be learning remotely.
Right.
So, Ms.
Well, did you make a motion, Mr. DiTerlizzi, on that?
We need discussion on that.
Yeah, we need some.
I'll be happy to make a motion on that.
I mean, I don't know what else we can do if we don't have consensus or agreement from the union based on the calendar that the superintendent presented last time. So I don't know what, I mean, it sounds like we can't go anywhere from what Mr. George is saying with that calendar.
So let me ask a question to the superintendent. August 11th, the teachers come back the 3rd. August 11th, the students start virtually. August 25th, the students come back to school, those of whose parents want them there. The others continue virtually, so parents have a choice. Do we have an issue with additional days or additional days needed?
Madam
There was an-
Chair,
Or does that solve that problem?
So,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
and
okay.
I'm purposely interrupting you, Superintendent, because this is the point, since you're going into new territory, that you need to recognize that you are acknowledging the emergency situation. You are moving into an emergency meeting in order to have votes different than what has already been out there.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn this meeting that we're in and reconvene an emergency meeting at this time to address this issue. Okay, so that motion never got a second from Mr. DiTerlizzi, so we're okay with that, right?
Correct. So that motion failed in the previous meeting.
Okay.
So this meeting is adjourned at 9:37.
And we are now reconvening an emergency meeting to address school opening.
So, Mr. George, am I allowed to ask the question again?
Mr. DiTerlizzi, I will not stop you.
Good. So if you don't remember my question, it is, I remember when we discussed the August 11th start date, and there was an issue of 4 days or 5 additional work days. Do we still have that problem doing it this way that I'm proposing?
No, we wouldn't have the problem, Mike, because we're using the same calendar that we've already approved, that has the 196 days and has the right number of days and minutes for students.
Okay, so to be crystal clear, I will make a motion that we begin teacher school year 2021
So Mike,
school year on August.
Mike, wouldn't your motion
Yes.
be to use the approved calendar?
Hey, wait, can we just, a little point of order, apparently we need to adopt an agenda with this one item on it for the emergency meeting. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda with school opening?
So moved.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Ms. Roberts. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now back to the discussion.
So if I make a motion to adopt the already approved school calendar for 2020 and 2021 school year for students' classes to begin on August 11th, virtually through
Remotely.
the 24th of August, and then for classes to begin in bricks and mortar on August 25th. For those students whose parents allow them back in school, and August 25th, those who don't want to be back in school can continue virtually.
That, you're just ad-libbing on your motion. You're not adding to your motion, right? So
No, I'm just ad-libbing.
I'll be willing to second your motion to make the following modification to the existing approved calendar of remote learning for students will take place from August 11th to August 24th. And the first day that brick and mortar schools would be available is August 25th. But the first day for students is August 11th, as previously advertised.
Yes.
Is that what you saying? Is that what you saying, Mr. DiTerlizzi?
I got kicked out for some reason. Can you possibly repeat your motion?
Yes. My motion is that school will begin on, the school year 2020 to 2021 will begin on August 11th, 2020, virtually for all students
Remotely.
through August 24th, at which time on August 25th, school will begin in bricks and mortar for the students that will be allowed by their parents to come back to school.
Thank you. I'm almost sure that's the same thing I tried to say a while back.
I think it was.
Well, that's okay. You didn't say it loud enough.
It ain't okay with me, but
Can I ask?
You can second the motion, Tony.
I did. And I'm just making a point.
I thought Ms. Roberts.
I'm with you.
Did you second it?
No, I'm sorry. No, Ms. Roberts seconded it. No, I didn't.
Just checking.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I just wanted to be clear on that. That's
You were.
all. But you seconded it. I don't want credit for what you did. I want credit for what I tried to say a
I
while
just
back.
wanted to ask the superintendent and her staff how difficult it's going to be for teachers to start with remote for 2 weeks and then change to, kids coming back. How difficult will that be?
Well, I think that, they'll have next week as their, the calendar has been set for them for the professional development. I'd also like, if there's an issue with the students, but it would be the same thing if the students started on the 25th. So those parents that were anticipating that school would be starting on the 11th, they would have to, make arrangements for their students. We may have employees that will impact because of their young children being home, remote learning, and not being back in brick and mortar schools. So we'll have that. And is there some other issue here, Mr. George?
You may want to ask either Garrett or Mike about device availability for students.
Okay, so we may have an issue with device availability for students remotely on the 11th. I know that we are on a back order for students. We have to take an inventory of students for all students to have a device that are now going to be remote learning if people are not back in brick and mortar. Go ahead, Mr. Gabowski.
Pardon me, we found out today that the 5,800 laptops that we ordered are back-ordered 2 weeks. So it will not affect L for L at high school. We'll make sure that the high school, all the students at high school have a device, but we are in a supply chain issue on the Chromebooks.
For 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from, so, let me see what that takes us to. The 13th?
Is Mrs. Gaylord speaking?
No, she's not speaking.
Okay, okay.
Right, that would take us to the 11th, 2 weeks.
So.
And set up.
Right, and staff is willing to work out whatever is decided here tonight. We commit to do whatever we need to work the back end, but we want to just inform you with whatever challenges there are. There also may be some concerns with our bus drivers as to what do we do with those staff for the 2 weeks. We may have to continue to start them during that same pay period and continue like we did for the last 3 months of last year, and start them doing remote learning so we can keep them paid on the payroll cycle.
Well, if they're not transporting students and they're not working, then we need to find them something else to do.
So we're going to have to find them something to do. So this way that no one loses a paycheck without being employed during that pay period, that we can keep everything running on the traditional schedule, even though we're doing a little different remote learning for the first couple weeks.
So all of the students kept their devices for this summer. And so probably it'd be a good idea to make sure that people realize that this is happening, that they have to make sure that their device is in working order to
Mrs.
begin
Gaylord keeps
remotely.
breaking up, I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying is, Ms. Steffenthaler, is that we allowed the students to keep their devices, their laptops for the summer so that they continue any type of learning that they so chose to participate. So, hopefully they have their devices in good working order. We may have to put, ET on some type of, a repair schedule or, assistance schedule to make sure that everybody's up and working. So, are there any other issues that you can see of employee-wise, Mr. Rodowitz, or I did express the concern about the employees that have young children, that if they're not coming back to school on the 11th, that there's going to be a 2-week gap for them also? Go ahead.
Right. And as far as the calendar goes, it's perfectly within your purview to do what you're proposing to do, so I'm not worried about any of that. I do want to apprise you of one fact, which is an odd thing that was passed as part of the CARES Act that would affect the plan that you're proposing, which is that the CARES Act provides for 10 days of federal sick leave as well as 10 weeks of paid FMLA at 2/3 of pay if your school is closed and you're unable to work. Okay, and so in this particular case, if teachers are coming back and staff are coming back to work for the remote learning from the period of time of the 11th through the 24th, school is closed. If I don't have care because my school is closed, any staff member would be able to claim that they're unable to work because they're staying home with their child. They could do remote learning with their child at home and be paid 2/3 of their salary, and the district would be obligated to do that. There's no funding source for that. It's a mandate that we have as part of the CARES Act. And so what I'm going to tell you is that it's a potential liability. I know we did what we did in March, April. We didn't have much use of that. However, it only came about essentially April 1st. And we did send out the notices and we posted them to everyone, but it wasn't as publicly available. We have done multiple sessions with employees to tell them what their leave rights are underneath all applicable laws, including this one. And so they're much more well-informed, and they may elect, and I just want to make sure you're aware of this before you make your final decision, that a staff member would have the legal right, since school is closed, that they can take because they're unable to work, because their school is.
But they are able to work.
If
When you're working remotely, why would you say that they're unable to work?
Because they're going to say, my child is of school age, My school is closed and I'm caring for my child. I can't be on a Zoom for 7 hours and teach children. I cannot be at work. And there would be, the availability of that would be pretty widespread. What the usage of it would be, I do not know.
So the fact isn't that they can't work. The thing is that they are choosing not to work because they have to watch their child.
Correct. And the
Is
law
what you're
permits
saying.
that.
That's what
And
the
the law
law
permits.
Okay, that's what you're
And so I
saying.
just want to make sure you're aware of that. So from a staffing standpoint, we have not, because of the way we've been ordered to open and the way we've planned everything, we have not planned for that being available widespread throughout the district in terms of staffing. So I cannot tell you what that response rate would be and what that usage rate would be during that 10-day period. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that before you decide to do whatever it is you do. There's just no data on it. But you do need to be aware of it, because I don't want you to be surprised later if we have a large utilization of it. We have to write the check, but we have other problems that kind of come with that if we don't have the personnel on site that we need. And I wanted to make sure you're all aware of that before you made a decision.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So,
Is there any way to get an estimate of how many people will be utilizing this time off?
We have no idea, anybody with young children.
There's no way to know because nobody's known that their school isn't going to be open when they're supposed to be at work. So we don't have any claims for it. I can tell you that there's been folks who have inquired about what leaves are available to them for health reasons and everything else, and we've had that issue pretty well managed. And so we have a pretty good idea and indication of where that is headed, as well as folks who may decide to retire or resign, which, as you can tell earlier today, is not very large. So and all that seems manageable from where we were at, but this would be a new issue that we'd be addressing today.
So Joe, what you're saying though is if they get 2/3 of their paycheck, they don't get both paychecks.
Correct.
So it isn't a financial issue. It's a staffing issue. It's more so a staffing issue.
Well, it's
That I then, correct, Mr. Bonner? That I
no,
then-
because then we're going to have to hire someone to
Right.
come in and teach. So we are going to be paying twice.
Right.
Correct. And then in addition to that, staff members could use leave that they have available to them, whether it be personal days, sick days, or whatever other PTO they have to substitute for the 2/3. That 1/3 that's missing, they could essentially get a full paycheck by substituting their existing leave for that other 1/3 difference. And so I just want to make sure you're all aware of those pieces. And we don't have any data on that. We haven't surveyed that. We don't know what that answer would be. If it's anything like March, April, it wouldn't be a problem because most people showed up, went to work and whatever else. But it wasn't as well advertised and as well explained as it is now. It was done legally with all the notices that were required, and we emailed it to every employee. They all got the poster, so all of the legalities were covered. But we spent quite a bit of time on the Back to School program over the last several weeks, advising staff of what's available to them as we were dealing with health issues. And childcare was among one of the issues that leave was permissible for. And during those presentations, we said this would likely not be applicable to almost anyone
But the
because
first
we were
2
opening brick
weeks,
and mortar.
the first 2 weeks is unpaid. Isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct. The first 2 weeks of FMLA is unpaid, but that's because you have 10 days of COVID sick leave. So the 10 days of sick leave kicks in first. The 10 weeks of FMLA
So
paid
childcare is for the COVID sick leave.
covers both of them. That's
Okay,
correct.
okay.
The
So
FMLA only
they'll
covers
get
sick
it
leave.
The first 2 weeks at 100%. And
No,
the-
no, it's 2/3. 2/3 either way. It's because of the reason. The reason code dictates that it's 2/3.
Okay, so 2/3, and then if they chose to take the next 10 weeks, they could at 2/3.
If their school was closed, and that would depend upon whatever might happen over the next several weeks, if for some reason something
Or
happened.
if they
where
have a really young child and their childcare center is closed, or.
If they were 2 years old, correct, something of that nature, correct. But those are smaller and more manageable. We're talking about something that would be available more widespread here, and we just don't have data to tell you what that utilization would be. So I can't tell you what the consequences might be, but on the extreme, it wouldn't be pretty. On the minor side, in the light usage of it, it would be manageable.
Well, what I don't think is manageable is for kids to start out and have 11, 10 days, 9 days, whatever it is, of virtual, and then make that whole shift again, and then have the shifting back and forth if a classroom's closed. It's too much. I think we can work out to have a start date on the 24th, and why don't we do like was requested and have a remote day on that first Friday, the 7th? Have a remote learning day, a remote PD day?
What do you do about the 196 days?
Yeah, a remote learning day on August 7th, and then the agreed upon that has already been agreed, the other days during the calendar, and adjust the calendar that way. Because this whole going back and forth is not,
The problem with.
I agree with you, Mrs. Powers.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. DiGiulisi.
go ahead, Joe.
The issue that comes with the calendar change is that we're going from what this contract that was negotiated long ago says that you get 4.5 professional development days, and that's the limit. Okay, and so by adding the additional 5, which is what we've proposed, so that way we can have a better transition for COVID, we would be exceeding what we'd be contractually allowed, so we would be required to have consent on their part without creating either a violation or a potential unfair labor practice claim.
Right,
which
but
is where it comes from. So
weren't
the
these
consent-
discussions happening that they, whatever. I just say we go brick and mortar and we give parents the choice with the schedule that we have. I mean, what else are we going to do? Because none of this is good. Going this back and forth virtual for 9 days that's not good for kids.
Well, and figuring that there's a possibility that you'd have a substitute for that period of time.
Right.
So, Mrs. Powers, did you make a motion, Mrs. Powers, or where are we with that?
No, I didn't make a motion because.
No, Mike made a motion, and
Mike made a motion.
I seconded
Okay.
it, and this is the discussion for that motion.
So what was your idea, Mrs. Powers? Can you be clear on that?
So I would prefer that if we would just go ahead and,
But we can't.
well, I want to start on the 24th. I mean, if we possibly could, but it's not sounding like we can.
You have all those negotiation issues you have to deal with if you start on the 24th.
What about the 17th?
You've got to get the 196 days, so whatever date.
We have the
I think the
minutes.
3rd is.
Would we have to change
gives
the
them the
calendar?
196 days.
The problem becomes adding the extra PD days. Because right now, the beginning of school has 6 days built into it. So as soon as you add more days for teachers,
Isn't it 4.5 days?
no, it's 6 days total. So right now, it's built in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Those are the days that are built in right now in the existing calendar. So as soon as we change and add days to that, if I'm correct, that's when it has to be bargained, because now we're going beyond the number of days that we've designated our PD days. So the only way around that is by saying those are instructional days, because those were instructional days anyway.
Ms. Featherstone, it looks like you want to say something.
So, based on the calendar that was recommended by the superintendent to start school on the 25th, it was taking 10 days off of the student calendar, adding 5 back in later on in the year. There is the option that you don't take those extra 10 days, where you would only take 5 out, and then those days aren't impacted by adding them on later on in the school year, if you left 5 of those instructional days in there.
So, but then as soon as I take 10 days out, right? As soon as I take 10 days, so the superintendent's idea was, instead of them starting on the 3rd, they start on the 10th, okay? So just ignoring the instructional days, I now have 196 day employees that now are 5 days short. They now just became 191 day employees. So I've got to find 5 more days somewhere to build them back up to 196 days.
So, again, not changing the start, just pushing 5 days of school out. So instead of students starting on the 11th, start them on the 18th. Those extra days, again, probably would have to require, I don't know that, Mr. Rodowitz would need to answer it, but that would give them the 5 days to have additional remote instruction, PD.
But that's the piece that he's saying, that as soon
Correct,
as we
but it
add
might
those.
be more receptive.
Or even the 17th.
Could we start teachers on the 3rd and students on the 24th, and the teachers would still have the 196 days or not?
Yes, as long as they start on the 3rd, they have the 196 days. The problem is, if they start on the 3rd, and if the days before school starts, before instruction starts, as soon as you go beyond 6 days, then it becomes a contract issue. So you have a
Okay.
teacher report on the 3rd, that's exactly what the calendar says now. But as of the 11th, it needs to be an instructional day. Otherwise, we have a contract problem because we have a designated number of PD days in there.
So how about we start just as we planned on the 11th? If we have issues at certain schools with staffing because of childcare issues, if we have whatever that is, then we deal with that, and those classrooms, those areas can go remote. But to have this, I don't even, this
So
is.
you mean start with the option for brick and mortar starting on the 11th?
Yes,
So like the regular,
The exact same calendar of what we have?
yes.
so just retain and continue with this calendar.
I think changing the calendar, pushing it out, this back and forth for kids that we know are not going to attend remotely, to start out that way is, I think, going to be a lot of work. A teacher's trying to prepare for brick and mortar and remote, and then they have to prepare for remote for a little bit, and then brick and mortar and remote 2 weeks later.
Mrs. Powers?
I just, yes.
The only reason I didn't offer that motion was because of the fear from the education community of returning so soon, with cases being close to their or just off their all-time high in Martin County. So I thought a couple of weeks might give us a little reprieve and give us a chance to keep an eye on the numbers.
Well, and I would like a couple of weeks too. I wouldn't mind having that, but if we can't reach an agreement with the union, then we have to do something, and we have to let parents know, and it has to be reasonable as well.
But I don't think we need an agreement with the union if we use my motion.
No, but
No, we don't need an agreement with the union to use your motion, but we just have the issue of, if I'm an elementary school teacher and I have children at home, that I now have the ability, if you're telling me I need to start teaching remotely on the 11th, but I've got my young children at home learning remotely starting on the 11th, I have 2 weeks of where I can't teach and supervise my child at the same time. And rightfully so, we have given our employees information on what their options are and what they can do. And they can still get a paycheck, they can still continue on and not come to work, which means under the motion that you made and that I seconded, if I am that teacher, I can choose to not teach for 2 weeks, get a portion of a paycheck, be able to supervise my child with the remote learning. But then the disadvantage is Tony, who's in my class, who I'm supposed to be teaching, now has a substitute teaching him because I'm not coming to school because I'm staying home with my kid, right?
I hear you.
Well, in all honesty, there is no panacea here. There is no exact science that's going to be perfect. So we have to deal with what comes our way.
And even
There is no perfect
teachers
solution.
can't have the cake and eat it too. I mean, if they want to push the time back, And then they got to understand that they have to make provisions also. At this point in time, whatever y'all want to do. It doesn't matter. What you want to do, Ms. Paul?
I just don't even know how, I would really like to see it start on the 24th, but honestly, after Mr. George's comment that we're not going to be able to, don't think we're going to be able to reach an agreement with the union, that's disheartening to me, because it seems really simple to me that we can adjust the calendar. I think that we've been pretty flexible on those days, how we do it, what we do. I want to be as flexible as possible, but if we know we're not going to reach an agreement, then we need to let people know what that final decision is, because in the back and forth between remote for a little bit, that's a lot. That is a lot. I think it creates some issues, employment issues.
August 3rd is Monday.
I know, and teachers want to know, parents want to know, what do I need to do? Do I need to go on vacation for another week, or do I need to come to work? So, I think we have to make a decision.
Mrs. Powers, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are PD days, professional development days, considered the same as work days in terms of
No.
the way they are counted on the calendar?
No, they're not.
Could we give the teachers work days rather than the PD days?
And that's what we
start
were,
on the,
and that's what we're trying to do, but that goes back to the point that and that was the whole thing that came with the motion last time, and the motion this time is, if we give them work and say, here, you're supposed to teach remotely, but I have a child that I'm supervising at the same time,
Okay, I
that
got
goes back to that loop.
well, what if they were work days, that they came into school to prepare their classrooms?
They have to be instructional days according to the
Okay, that's
calendar.
what I needed to know.
But the problem
That's what I
is, even if they come in and come to work, what are they going to do with their children when their children don't have a school to go to those days?
Right. I guess I'm disappointed that we weren't able to resolve this with the union, because that would have, we would have handled this by last week, so that's disappointing.
So we do have a motion and a second on the floor now.
Yes, we do.
Who was the second?
I was the second, so I'd like to go ahead and call the question so I can vote against it.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Dieterles and a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
No,
So, I'm going to pass the gavel, and I'm going to try out a motion.
Great.
So, I make a motion that we stick to the calendar that is approved by the board, that we offer a brick and mortar option and an remote option to our families, to our teachers, and that we stick with the calendar. And that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second that one too.
Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I oppose.
The motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to mention, well,
Let's clarify,
Madam
so
Chair,
is it
I would-
4-1 or a 3-2? Mike, did you vote with the motion?
4-1.
4-1.
Okay,
It's 4-1.
yeah, 4-1.
So I'm not even going to cover this. I'll get it at my next, I had a couple things, but I will.
Thanks.
So if there's no other business, this emergency meeting is adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, thank you.
Anna's is closed.
You're welcome.